of Smackdown because it is airing in the US on delay. Obviously, this Smackdown was live in the UK. It was from Wembley Arena. We are going to be spoiler-free, or hopefully spoiler-free. Obviously, if you go on the internet, there's spoilers absolutely everywhere. I've tried to not put anything major as the thumbnail or description title for the breakdown video that I've just done, right? So I tried to keep it so that it's nothing like, it's going to really spoil anything. But yes, this is, I think, our final Smackdown from Europe. So that means that we should hopefully be getting back to normal soon. Obviously, this is airing in America on the USA Network at its usual time in about 55 minutes. I will put a little thing up in the chat just saying, let me close that. No spoilers, please. No spoilers, please. But again, you're going to have to really make sure that you don't go on social media, because there's going to be stuff. Well, I already know there's stuff everywhere. Let's go down here. Joseph and hello, Sydney. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate the support. Hello. Hasib, hello. Hope you're well. Hasib says, Daze, the fact that WWE have given Solo responsibility for running a faction, what does that tell you? In the sense, WWE sees Solo as a player within the company. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that they had big plans for him, and I think those plans have had to kind of settle down a little bit, because I don't think he reached the dizzy heights that they were kind of hoping he would reach. Don't forget, he was in the Bloodline. He was, going to be facing Roman at WrestleMania. They ended up doing that match on the Netflix premiere. I think they really did see Solo as being someone that could not replace Roman, but could be someone that could really trouble the top end of the card. And it just didn't happen. It just did not happen. I mean, he did have aura when he was like silent and he was in the Bloodline and Heyman was acting nervous around him. But it just stopped working, to be honest. And I don't know if part of that was because Jacob arrived, and Jacob's aura was so great that it actually started to overshadow Solo. Plus also, Solo went from being a silent character in the Bloodline to then having to be a character that talks and leads his own faction. That was a hell of a change to go from that to that. It's quite an extreme change. And I think he kind of struggled with adapting. I think he struggled with that kind of change. No shade, but he is definitely someone that they would really like to invest in, really like to see kind of get somewhere. And they've not abandoned anything, have they? They've doubled down, actually. They've kind of repackaged the MFTs, and so they're trying to find a way of making it work. It's debatable as to whether it is working or not, and how people feel about it, to each their own on that. But I'm in agreement that WWE would like this to work. I think this is an experiment that they've been doing and investing in for a little while now. Right, before we get stuck into just general chit chat, let's go over to the other page here. So this is our preview. I don't want to cheat you guys out of a preview, even though we've obviously already seen the show. No spoilers. So on this show, we've got Drew McIntyre. He is going to speak after winning the championship last week. So obviously that has a lot of potential. We got Randy against The Miz for a qualifiers match. We've got Damian Solo in a qualifiers match. We got Sami Ilja in a qualifiers match. And we got Matt Cardona against Trick Williams in a qualifiers match. We know that it's next weekend that we've got Saturday night's main event. So that's why we're doing all of them this week. Normally, you would expect them to kind of do it across a couple of weeks. But we're doing all of them this week so we can start shouting and promoting about that fatal four-way at Saturday night's main event. So, Yeah, lots of matches that have got a bit of meaning to them. And then, of course, we got Carmelo Hayes. He's going to be doing his United States Open Challenge. Looking forward to finding out who that's against. So there we go. That is, I'm sure we're going to hear from Cody. Obviously, he's going to want to speak following the loss of his championship. So, yeah, that is the preview. As we said, we're at Wembley Arena. We are not at the O2. Normally, when we're in London, we're at the O2. But Wembley Arena this time around, no big difference. Wembley Arena's a little bit smaller. I don't think there's anything in that. I would just imagine there's probably some on at the O2 tonight. It's a very, very popular venue. It's one of the busiest venues in the world. So I think actually not long ago, it had more people going to shows at O2 Arena than they had at Madison Square Garden. That might not be the case this year or last year or whatever, but a few years ago, it did have that honor. So it's a very, very busy arena. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was just a case that it was like fully booked. So yeah, we're at Wembley Arena tonight. Popcorn. Shout out to you. Said, I've gone to a VPN region. I've gone from Canada to Argentina. Ooh. For some reason, it's worked. I've figured it out. You said switch to another country. Well, I mean, it's on USA Network now, isn't it? I mean, if you do want to watch the show already, yeah, you can just switch over to an international market and you'd be able to watch it because it aired internationally a few hours ago. Sib said, how does it make sense to be on the road these last few weeks? Just go back to the States for a week, just to go back on the road for the Rumble. It's a bit messy, isn't it? I think it is weird because they're on tour and then they go back, I think, to Canada because Saturday night's main event is in Canada. And then, of course, they go off to Saudi. So, yeah, it is quite a messy journey, isn't it? I think they probably could have found a way of making that a little bit tidier. But some of it might be that, you've got a European tour that you need to fit in before WrestleMania season or before WrestleMania. I think they know that doing it after the Rumble was a mistake. So I really appreciate the fact they've moved it to January, right? So I'm in full agreement of them doing that. I think the Saudi Rumble, it would just make sense to me that you would be in Europe, you'd stay over here, and you'd just go to Saudi next. Like, I know like people might want to just pop home, whatever, but just makes sense to get it all done. Back in America then, nice and sorted. I think the thing that's really put the spanner in the works is the Saturday night's main event in Canada. So, but the thing is, when they were planning that out, I don't know what came first. I don't know if the European tour had been sorted. They might be thinking at that point they're going to be in America. Then we'll do Canada. Then we'll go to Saudi. At what point was the European tour moved to January? Like, what came first, Bottom line is there's 3 separate things going on and they're all getting in a little bit in each other's way. European tour, Saturday night's main event, Royal Rumble. One's in Europe, one's in Canada, one's in Saudi Arabia. And they've all kind of come in pretty quick succession. So it is messy. I don't know who's kind of responsible for that, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone had a little word with them going, is this really the best you could do? Are you telling me there's no way you could make this any cleaner than this? But not my problem. Frank said, doing the live stream, and now we're doing the replay. We are spoiled, said Frank. Frank, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Kieran said, I'm going to Belfast for Monday Night Raw on Monday. Oh, have a great time. I hope you enjoy it, buds. Looks to be a pretty fun show. I think I'm right in saying that's Punk Balor, isn't it? So should be a good show. Becky against Maxine. Might not be the most exciting of matches, but it's still a title match. So, yeah, have fun. Danny said, surely they would switch the first week of the European tour with the upcoming week in the States. They could then do the whole European Saudi trip in one go, not just the travel it's severe jet lag too. Yeah, I'm in agreement. It would make sense to me that you would do Europe and then go to Saudi from Europe rather than do Europe, go back over to Canada, and then go all the way back over to Saudi. Like, I'm in agreement. I think it is messy. But I think, like, when you've got these kind of events coming up and you book them separately, like, you know, to the biggest bidder, then, you know, you might kind of run into these problems sometimes. But, yeah, I think it could have been a bit smoother than what they've got. Ajit Carr said Daze Triple A should be good because Grande is on the show. Casey said the kids say hi. Hello. Double thumbs up, one each. Casey and the kids. Shout out to you guys. Hope you're well. Daze, will the football Letitia appear Raw in Belfast? I don't know. What? Matt Letitia? Matt Letitia. Sure. Why not? The Southampton Legends. Of course. I would expect him to be in Belfast. It'd be crazy if he wasn't. Liam said, love from Telford. Love to Telford. Yeah, Telford needs all the love it can get. Yes, Matthew Letitia. Well, of course. The English football player that used to play for Southampton. I don't see any way he's not in Belfast. So, yes, I'm going to say yes. Daze, what do you think about the Manchester derby? Don't have any thoughts, honestly. You know, Man United don't really have a manager. We've got a stopgap manager at the moment. To be honest, it's, you know, we're out both the cups. We're not doing too bad in the table compared to last year, but feels like a few losses and we'll drop like a stone again. So, to be honest with you, I've got no thoughts, not even looking at the Manchester derby. Really, it's about what can we get out of this season? Who's our manager going to be at the end of the year? Are we going to make any signings in January? Yeah, I don't think you'll find too many Man United fans that are really going to be too focused on it. It does not feel like we're going in ready for battle. Like, I would expect Man City to win. I'd expect them to win quite comfortably. So, yeah, United just continuing to lurch from one disaster to the next. King Gamer said, do we think WWE as a company of characters... Hang on. Do you love WWE as the company or the characters? Were you not interested in Hogan, Hall, Nash, Brett when they went to WCW? Oh, great question. So, yeah, okay. So when I got into WWE, I got into the characters. So I was loving Undertaker. I was loving all of those. When they went over to WCW, I didn't really know how that was working at the time because I was a kid. So for me, I was watching WWE, but then when I would go round to my grandma's house, there was no WWE on TV because it was normally on Sky, but there was WCW. So I would see Sting and I would see, you know, the odd person go, oh, I know that person or whatever, right? And so you'd see the odd person. At that point, Brett hadn't jumped ship, right? By that point, Brett hadn't jumped. So trying to think who would have been around. I mean, we're probably looking, I don't even know if Hogan would have made it yet. We're talking like 93 going into 94. It's going to be around the time Hogan comes in, but none of the shows I watched had Hogan on, or I don't even remember Hogan being mentioned, right? So for me, I was watching WWE. I was having those taped for me. I didn't have Sky. We weren't rich enough to afford Sky Sports. So my cousins, my uncle, right? My cousin's dad, my uncle, he would record that for me and then leave me tapes and I would watch it that way. The only other time I saw WCW is the odd show around my grandma's of a weekend. And I might see the odd person and I would watch it if it was on, but I never went out my way to find out what it was. How do I watch this or anything like that? I was kind of getting my fix from WWF, right? And as the time went by and I got a bit older and I got to learn a bit more about how it was all working and there was two companies and all this kind of stuff, I was just really happy with like WWF. I mean, I don't think really at any point did I find a way in to WCW. I don't think I ever found a point where I was really sitting down and investing serious time into that company, because it just wasn't what I was watching. So even though there might have been people that jumped over there, once they jumped over there, they kind of left my vision, really. So it was definitely the characters that hooked me, but I kept watching that was the show that I enjoyed. And to be honest with you, sometimes they would go from WWE and I wouldn't even know they're gone. I just won't have seen them for a while. And because I wasn't sitting down and going out my way to watch WCW, I would never see them show up there. So I didn't have that knowledge. I mean, I had to do a lot of catching up with WCW in later years. And actually, when the network first came along in 2014, I kind of had to go back and went back and watched quite a bit of like old WCW because I just had a natural interest then. But at the time when I was a kid, I was just like, I was getting videotapes and I didn't know where to find WCW. I mean, you got to remember it's different in the UK. In America, it's like Monday Night Wars, but it's not Monday Night Wars in the UK. I know they were both on at the same time, but I don't even know where Nitro was. I don't even know where it was shown. The only WCW I remember seeing was like other weekend on like free TV. I mean, it had good distribution, actually. You could find WCW, but it was hard to find WWE in the kind of early 90s in the UK. You needed like Sky Sports. So I think a lot of it comes down to distribution. A lot of it comes down to availability. A lot of it comes down to how you consume the products. And for me at that time, it was very simple. I was getting videotapes from my uncle. I would watch them. I would love them. Anything outside of that is, irrelevant, really, largely. The only time I would ever see WCW is just when I went round my grandma's. So it's a good question. I don't think it was that I was like anti-WCW or anything. I mean, there just wasn't that thought process. It wasn't any kind of anti-WCW thing. It was just, I love WWF, WWE. Can't wait to see what's happening next week on Raw. We're building up to WrestleMania. I was just so engaged with that product, with WWF, WWE. I just loved it so much, and I loved whoever was in at any time. It didn't really matter so much. If you don't see someone for a while, you don't really miss them because another character comes along. If I don't see Hogan, that's fine. I got Brett, I got Shawn, I got Undertaker. I loved Undertaker. And then you got, as years went by, you had Vader coming in, and obviously, Stone Cold would come in, and then we go into the Attitude Era, and you start to hear more about Nitro and WCW and little references and stuff like that. But no, I was pretty just locked into WWE, WWF, to be honest. So probably a different way of consuming it was the reason for it. I mean, you got to remember these shows there in the middle of the night in the UK. It's not like you can necessarily sit there and flick between the two channels. Even now, I don't know where the hell Nitro was shown in the UK. I'm not sure. I'm sure it was shown. People definitely were watching it, but I was not one of them. Going to Belfast from Clacton says, me. I don't even know if I can pronounce your name, but Mekominum Pokikaka. I'll call you Mech. Danny said WCW in the late 90s was on Bravo, if I remember, but it wasn't live. Bravo, I recall watching it as a kid, says Danny. Thursday was Thunder, says Ant. I don't know which is the one. I can't remember the name of the show I was watching on a weekend. I mean, it wasn't every weekend, but, when I went round my grandparents, my grandma's in particular, the adults would talk in the front room. Kids would go into the back room. We'd be, playing whatever, having some sandwiches. And on TV would normally be Baywatch, A-Team, Thunder in Paradise, Knight Rider. These were the shows that would be on TV on a Sunday. And so, you know, you'd have those on and they were great, enjoyed them. And then in there would be like, you know, wrestling if you flick through the channels. I think it was 4. I think it was channel 4. Not 100%. But, yeah, it was just, I was quite happy with my system. I was quite happy with what I was getting. So, I suppose in a way, I've kind of always been that way. I feel that way now. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the same now, isn't it? Now, people leave WWE, they go to other promotions. I don't follow them to those promotions. I mean, it's a little different now. Now, I mean, I did watch AEW for a good number of years, but now I'm just, it takes so much time. I mean, Raw, NXT, Evolve, SmackDown, Unseens, like, blimey now. There's so much time that it takes, like, to bring in AEW and, you know, TNA and all this other stuff. Yeah, don't know how people do it. There's people out there that watch so much wrestling, all the indies and all that kind of stuff. Respect. Don't know how you all fit it in. I saw WCW and Monday Nitro every week and Saturday night's main event every Saturday, said Edwards. CCFC said, who do we want to win the Rumble? Oh, who do we want to win the Rumble? Well, that's a good question because, I mean, it's hard because we don't know who the champs are going to be. But let's say the champs stay who they are. So who would we want to face Drew? Who would we want to face Punk? I would take Roman. I'm not really interested in doing Cody Drew because I've just seen it. I don't know how many times. So I think Roman Drew is a match that we've had before, of course. But I don't know. You know, Roman going for that major championship and singles match. Roman main event in WrestleMania in a big singles match. Build up Drew as a monster heel. Roman as a babyface. Could be really interesting. I could definitely take that. I could definitely go for that. I don't know where that leaves Cody. Maybe you do Cody Randy. Perhaps Randy turns heel. You do a whole Cody Randy thing. I would not be against that. And then in regards to CM Punk, that's tricky because it feels like, well, it can't be Sami because Sami and Punk is going to split opinion. There'll be, you know, I think if Sami's going to go for the title, it needs to be against a heel. So I'm not sure that's right for Sami. It's hard to not say Braun. I wouldn't want Seth. Not really interested in Seth Punk for the title. So it's hard to not go Braun, to be honest with you, but I feel like that's quite a boring answer. I wouldn't be against Brock and have Brock up there in the main event and do Punk Brock. I mean, you've got like a history there, obviously. Could be kind of interesting. But I think Gunther could be in the mix. But we've done Punk Gunther. We did it at SummerSlam. So I don't know how much people would have an appetite to see that again. Perhaps I think the Brock match would be kind of interesting. Is there someone else? Oba could be interesting, but I don't see Oba getting the opportunity that quickly. So, I don't know. It feels like it might be Brob, to be honest. But the whole thing's been kind of switched up, turned on its head, hasn't it? Because it definitely feels like we've gone down some roads we were not expecting to go down. We've certainly gone down some roads I wasn't expecting to go down. Streets are saying that those plans changed about 48 hours before SmackDown last week. So that has kind of turned things on its head. It does make sense in the sense of if the plan was Cody Roman, do you just keep the belt on Cody and just get to Cody Roman, you know, pretty straightforward? Or do you put some twists and turns in? I think we would all say put some twists and turns in. I think we would all say that. And, you know, seemingly that is what they've done. They've put the belt on Drew. There's some twists and turns now as a result. I think it makes it a more interesting road, not a straightforward road. So, yeah. I mean, is the end result going to be Drew, Roman, Cody? Could be. We spoke about this in our earlier stream, and, you know, I said then, I'll say it again now, I'm not a big fan of triple threat matches personally. It's just a personal thing, just a preference, right? We have had some absolute bangers in recent years, so I will give the triple threat matches their flowers. But I've never been a big fan. And so my natural kind of instinct is to hope for and root for a singles match rather than kind of sitting and hoping that we get a triple threat. So I don't know. Some people have said, would you rather do Jacob, Cody, Drew? Would you rather do Cody, Drew, Roman? Coming up with all these different combinations. But for me, I'd rather do singles matches. I think singles matches are more dramatic. The thing with triple threat matches is you've always got someone in there breaking up the pin. I always think back to, like, you know, the women main event in WrestleMania 35. You know, if you'd have done Charlotte Ronda, I think that would have done quite well because Charlotte Ronda had some great matches. Charlotte could actually bring out the best in Ronda. If you did Becky Ronda, I think that would have gone really well because I think Becky could also get some out of Ronda. To be honest with you, Becky and Charlotte would have been the match. That would have been the right option. But I think the only reason that they had the women in the main event of WrestleMania was because of Ronda's popularity. You know, even Becky says without Ronda, we would not have got that main event spot. It's such a shame, though, because it does feel like Charlotte, Becky should be good enough to main event WrestleMania. But, yeah, you know, it ended up in a triple threat, and I think we can largely agree that it was not very good. And it's all kind of seen as a bit underwhelming. But I think if that had been a singles match, it could have been better. But as I said, in recent years, Gunther, Drew, Sheamus, banger. Io, Rhea, Bianca, banger. Seth, Punk, Roman, banger. There's been some really, really good triple threats, so if we do get one, I won't be against it. Won't be a problem. I'll just have to keep those fingers crossed that this is going to be another banger that gets added to the list. But I don't really mind, to be honest with you. I'm just quite excited to watch the journey, see the ebbs and the flows. And as we said, we've kind of muddied the waters a little bit, made it a little bit more interesting. Daze, long time no see. Benny, hello. Would we want to see Cody being a heel at some point this year? A real American nightmare who is arrogant and only wants titles. It's not what I'm looking for. I think that for me, he is like a babyface. I think he's, you know, a nice guy. I think that comes across in his promos. I think that he's someone that loves this. His dad is Dusty Rhodes. He's worked hard to get to the championship, and he went about it the right way. I just don't really buy him as a heel. I don't see him as a heel. I don't see him being like a bad person. I think he strikes me as a good person. He strikes me, you know, Triple H has said this is the guy to take over from John Cena. If you want someone that's going to hang around and meet the fans and do Make-A-Wish and, you know, be a great ambassador for the company, that's basically what Cody has been bred to be, is that guy. And I think for me, I do see him as that guy. I understand the vanilla and I understand the frustration. I understand the backlash. But, I mean, the truth is that Cody is kind of going through what John went through, you know, and what Hogan started going through at the end of his time. It's very difficult when you get given the ball if you don't have the right support, you don't have the right creative, if things do get repetitive, if things do start getting a little bit vanilla, for the use of a better word. You know, it's down to people to address that and make things interesting again. And we just let the rot set in, didn't we? We all knew it. We all knew that first run was not great. we all could see the online backlash towards Cody was growing. And I made a comment earlier, and I think it's worth mentioning again. I think WWE makes a mistake. If you listen to Bruce Pritchard and his podcast, he said a very interesting comment the other day. Bruce is the person that works behind the scenes with Triple H, right? Used to work with Vince. Very important behind the scenes. He says, when it comes to listening to the fans and knowing, like, you know, what we should pay attention to, the number one thing is live reaction. The live reaction of the fans. Not interested in what people are saying on Twitter. Not interested. Not interested in what people are saying in podcasts or, you know, whatever, review videos or what people have typed up, what articles have been written. Not interested. We're going to listen to our paying fans. Yeah? The people that have actually put their hand in their pocket and they've got their money and they're going to pay to come to the show. That's what we're listening to. And I got a little bit of a problem with that because if you listen to the paying fans, Cody's got great support. He does. I mean, week after week, he gets great reactions when he comes out, right? If you listen to the paying fans, the fans love Jey Uso's entrance. And they love Jey, and Jey's massively over. If you, like, you know, listen to the paying fans, no one's interested in Karrion Kross. There is a disconnect between what goes on in the arena and what you see online. And I think that disconnect is a big problem because that kind of groundswell can grow and grow and grow. So in the arena, people cheer Cody, but online, people are like anti-Cody, or there's a percentage that's anti-Cody. We can't say it's everyone. He's got plenty of fans still. But, you know, there's a good percentage that's anti-Cody. And I think that by not recognizing that or acknowledging that or addressing that has now resulted in, you know, us getting in a situation where maybe tonight you'll see Cody not get the warmest reaction. You have to remember we're in the UK. You have to remember that this is Drew country, right? He's British. We're in Britain. So, you know, Drew's going to have plenty of support. Make no mistake about it. Cody's got support, but I don't know. I think that by ignoring that growing backlash and not addressing it, not trying to nip it in the buds, you've just sort of created a problem for yourself, really. So I don't think the solution, I mean, a solution is to turn him heel, right? I'm not going to say it's not a solution. It's a solution. But for me, that's always the nuclear option. I think turning people face, turning people heel gets done too easily. It's just this big red button that's just so easy to push. It doesn't take any thought, and it's just really easy to do. It's quite lazy. It's like it's the most big red obvious button that you've got. If something's not working, should we just turn them? But I mean, you don't want to push that button too many times, otherwise you turn into Big Show. And I sort of feel like, have we really explored some alternatives first? Like, why do we have to go straight into, like, pressing the heel button when I think we can make him interesting and give him some better creative? And again, another great comment earlier, like, you know, we need monster heels. We need heels that people hate. We need heels that people boo. We need heels that people don't like. And actually, there's a real shortage of those. So, you know, it's kind of like, where's Cody going up against these heels that are wishy-washy? I mean, I think Drew's quite wishy-washy as a heel. There's plenty of people that think that he should have won the title and that it was his time and he was overlooked and the points that he's been making are true and all that kind of stuff, you know? And it's like, that doesn't help Cody. That doesn't help Cody. That wouldn't have helped John. That wouldn't have helped Hogan. That wouldn't have helped any babyface if you was making them go up against a heel that people related to and felt sympathy for and kind of rooted for. I mean, at what point do they stop being a heel if that's happening? I mean, a heel is meant to be someone you hate. If you've got someone that the crowd are warming towards, then they're no longer a heel, are they? So, you know, I feel like some of the booking has been, well, you know, breaking news, not very good. That's official. That's official from the Wrestling Days account. Some of the booking has not been very good. So, look, we've pulled the trigger. We put the belt onto Drew. If I was working in creative, I wouldn't want to push that heel button, because I think if you do it, you've got to commit to it for a good period of time. I am not a fan of heel, face, heel, face, heel, face. You know, I think it just loses all impact. So if you're going to turn him heel, he's going to have to be heel for years. And I'm not willing to do that at this stage. Not when I don't think we've explored alternatives. I think you've just had Cody Rhodes be boring, and that's it. I mean, I don't think we've really looked at anything else. So I would want to explore a few other things first, and then after that, you know, if it hasn't worked and there's still resistance, then you might have to push that button, because you might not have any alternative, because we will have tried the alternatives. So yeah, I'd just be a little bit resistant to doing it. CCFC said WWE's biggest fumble was having a Mania Shield triple threat match. Oh, not having a Mania Shield triple threat match. Yeah, shame we couldn't get that in. I think WWE thought they were probably going to have Dean Ambrose around for longer than they did, though. I don't know if they knew that Dean was going to step away when he did. So, I mean, obviously they did know around the time, but I'm not sure when they kind of found that out. So, yeah, it's just a shame, really, that didn't work out. I think I agree. A main event of Dean, Seth, Roman at Mania, people would have loved that. I would have loved that. You would have loved that. It would have been great. But not to be, unfortunately. World Life Cena fan, hello. Said Daze, when Chad returns, should he resume the El Grande character? Depends what they've got lined up for him. I mean, there's two schools of thought on this. He can. Well, there's three schools of thought. He can bring it back and work with El Grande. And we can have the El Grandes. You know, you could have two El Grandes. And you could have Rayo, Bravo. You could have a four-man group. So you could do that. Or you could have him come back and then realize that someone has kind of stole his gimmick, if you will. And so then you get El Grande versus El Grande. So you bring it back, you put him in the group, you bring him back, you make it, you make them enemies. I mean, we did a whole Sin Cara thing. Do people remember that? We obviously did Undertaker as well, but yeah, we could do El Grande. That might play well in AAA, actually. Might play well in AAA. I don't know that you would do it at WrestleMania or anything like that, but I think AAA might be interested in something along those lines. Or have you got just something better for him to do? You know, can he just go back to being Chad Gable? It's a shame, isn't it? Because do you remember when it felt like he was the one that was going to beat Gunther? Do you remember when, like, it was the Intercontinental Championship and they were battling and Chad's daughter got upset? This is a few years ago now. Chad's daughter got upset and it really felt like he was going to be the one. And then it actually turned out to be Sami at WrestleMania that was the one. And then Chad just seemed a bit directionless and ends up kind of having issues with Penta, issues with the Luchas, turning heel, becoming El Grande. So, I don't know. Do you do something else with him? Do you carry on down that El Grande road? And if you do, how does it look? For me personally, I'd carry on down the El Grande road. And the reason why is because, well, Chad started that gimmick. I think it'd be a bit strange to bring him back and then just distance him from it. Even if he's only in it for a little bit. Like maybe we do El Grande versus El Grande, mask versus mask. Chad gets demasked, and that's it. You know, once you're demasked, the mystery's gone, and that's it. You're out. So we carry on with El Grande, who we know is Ludwig. Chad has been demasked, and he now has to go off and do something else. So it doesn't even need to be that long of a program, to be honest. But Mas versus Mas, El Grande versus El Grande, I feel like you could definitely do that in AAA. You might even get away with doing it on WWE. You might be able to make it interesting enough, tell enough of a backstory and everything where people would be interested in watching that. Cleveland said Sin Cara. That name sounds familiar. Wasn't he supposed to be the next Rey Mysterio? Yeah. He actually, he was great. I mean, he was brilliant. There was some awesome stuff that he was doing. Am I right in saying that is Mystico now? Every time I listen to Dave Meltzer talking about Mexican wrestling, he's always praising Mystico. And I think that was the original Sin Cara. But Sin Cara, yeah, he came in with a lot of fanfare. There was a couple of botches, which kind of hurt his momentum. And it just never, I don't know, he never got settled. It never worked. It never landed. It's crazy, actually, the amount of drama we've had with kind of Lucha Libre in WWE. I mean, we've never really had, outside of Rey, that big Lucha Libre star, again, outside of Rey. You could maybe say Eddie Guerrero as well. I think he would probably relate to Lucha Libre. But if you think of Gran Metalik, if you think of Kalisto, if you think of Sin Cara, we've had quite a few mass competitors. We've had quite a few lucha stars that just never, not really done it. Lince Dorado would be another one. Sin Cara would be another one. It just never quite worked. I mean, you could even go and say that we've got quite a few now. I mean, I don't think Dragon Lee has kind of really reached the heights that they thought. Rey Fenix has not really done a great deal. I think Penta has got a chance to punch through. Penta feels like the strongest of the options we've got at the moment. But yeah, I mean, just a long list of failures, really, or people not really fulfilling their potential. Sin Cara, I would say, is very much on that list. A good feud with Io against Rhea could be money. And WrestleMania main event caliber. People love both, and they generate fantastic reactions. Yeah, Mech, I agree. I think that there was a bit of a discussion of potentially doing something between those two at Mania. Whether it would main event, it wouldn't main event night 2, but I think it could main event night 1. It wasn't long ago, actually, that a lot of fans were saying that the women should really get the night 1 spot. If you win the women's rumble, you should main event night 1. If you win the men's, you should main event night 2. It's actually been quite a while since the women have main evented Mania. I think it would be good if we could find a story, a build, a match that could put them there, you know? If Triple H sat down and actually went, right, I really want to get the women to that level. If you invest in them and you build them, I would like to think that it would work. You might get there and it might not be connecting, so, you know, you decide against making them the main event. But I think it would be really good this year because there is so many great women around. WWE should be rightfully proud of its women's division. I think it'd be really good if we could find a way of getting the women into one of those main events. I mean, don't forget, they didn't main event SummerSlam either, and that was a 2-day event. So that's 4 nights last year, 2 for Mania, 2 for SummerSlam, and the women did not main event any of them. And that's fine. You know, they don't have to. But WWE also talk about growing the women's division. You know, they got them to the main event at 35. They got them to the main event of 37 with Bianca and Sasha. Here we are about to get to WrestleMania 42. It does sort of feel like a bit of a step backwards that we haven't been able to do that. And as you said, with talent like Rhea, Io, I mean, there's loads of great talent. Becky as well. Like, I feel like Becky should definitely be able to get back there as well. Obviously, she main evented at 35. So, you know, she's done it once, and that is when it was only 1 day. That was a true main event, right? 1 day, not like night 1 or anything. So, she feels like she's in a good spot with her kind of crashing out thing. Perhaps you could do Becky, Io, Rhea. I know that I'm not a fan of triple threats, and I would much rather a singles match. But, yeah, I feel like Rhea needs to be up there. Becky needs to be up there. You could do Rhea, Becky, but I agree. I think Rhea and Io always put on magic. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps that's good enough. Perhaps Becky's had her time. But the point remains. I think it would be good if we could find a way of getting the women to main event night one. But if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. So I'm not going to cry about it if they don't. But, you know, at some point, it's going to become a talking point again. At some point, people are going to be like, do you know the women haven't main evented WrestleMania for like 15 years? And I'll be like, oh. I mean, we're not in that territory at the moment, but, you know. Earthbender said, let's stop acting like the women are anywhere near headliners at Mania. Oh, I think they are. I think Becky is one of the most interesting characters with her crash outs at the moment. And I think match quality wise, I mean, I don't see how the women are behind the guys. If anything, the guys are having to play catch up. Some of the best matches last year, like Rhea and Io from Evolution, or that triple threat at WrestleMania, were regarded as being amongst the best matches of the year. And actually, a lot of people said that Evolution was the best PLE of the year. So, I mean, general feedback is that, you know, the women are very consistent. They deliver. Triple H during WWE Unreal said the women that are coming through just, you know, leave the men in the dust. Like, they just seem to get it. I think the exact line he said was, they're just better than us. They just seem to get it quicker. So, I don't know, the idea that the women are not of the same level of the men, I struggle with that. And they're not as big physically as the men. But we've had this conversation before about, you know, Floyd Mayweather was not the biggest fighter. Pacquiao was not the biggest fighter. Conor was actually quite small. Khabib was quite small. You kind of can go through some legends from boxing and MMA that are not the biggest of fighters. They're not heavyweights. So, you know, the women, to me, okay, they might not be Roman, they might not be Hogan, they might not be Warrior, but if the story's good, if it's really got your attention, if the build is good, and it's the right 2 girls, 3 girls, whatever, and you know that the match is going to deliver, like we've seen last year, no, I'd have no problems with it. No problems with the women main event in night one. I don't see why the issue would be. Becky is definitely main event quality. Rhea, Io, maybe even Bianca. No, I meant storyline, said Earthbender. Okay, I hear you. Yeah, no, I agree that we don't have any storylines, but that's the goal, isn't it? Can we give them a story that gets them there? That's why it would be good if we could, like, you know, really put a focus on it. I'm in agreement that there's no real stories. Do you remember the whole Liv Rhea thing with Dominic caught in the middle? You know, if you had kind of condensed that down into just a WrestleMania build, that could have been really interesting. You know, Liv comes back, takes Dominic away, Rhea heartbroken, you know, demands revenge. I kind of feel like there's enough there to make you go, oh, this, you know, she's going to get her hands on her. I think that is still a very fondly remembered feud and story. It did just kind of maybe outstay its welcome a little bit. I remember people saying this is going on a bit too long now. But if you condensed it down so that it sort of Liv came back at the Rumble, it ended up paying off a few months later at WrestleMania, and you did some really interesting build in there, that could do it. Not this year. I'm just saying, you know, back in the day. So I feel like, yeah, just like most things, you need to have the right creative, don't you? Hannah says, Daze, I remember 20 years ago, I watched my first show, which was Royal Rumble 2006. The stage setup might be the best looking with the Gladiator set. What was yours? Do you mean just in general, or do you mean just for like Royal Rumbles? Because mine's a really boring one, but if it's Rumbles, I always love Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden obviously is like the home of WWE. And I think back to, was it 2000, where the entranceway was like an alley. And obviously there'd been like the street fight, Foley and Triple H. But, you know, that entranceway is a really weird... It's not... There's not. Do you know, we talk a lot actually about how all the arenas feel the same. But one arena that used to feel different, maybe doesn't feel quite as different now, but used to feel really different, was Madison Square Garden. And if you think back to WrestleMania 10, or, you know, you think back to those shows where they would come out of that little entranceway that was kind of built in, you know, it wasn't grand or anything. You think about WrestleMania 10, you think about those Royal Rumbles. It's, you don't need to be told where we are. You can just see a picture of that and know immediately where you are in the world. You're in the world's most famous arena. And I really loved it for 2000 when they decorated the entranceway as like an alleyway. And there was like pallets on the floor and bricks lying around. And they did that street fight. And I think that was the same one where they had the taxi above as well. And there was like all this corrugated. So they decorated it and they gave it like a set. But they still kept the smaller entrance. It's not like they did a big stage, although that would have been good. Could you imagine if they, on a big stage, had done... Why don't we ever do that? Why don't we ever use a bigger stage and actually make out, like, with pallets and trash cans and make it out to be an alleyway? Make it out, if you do a street fight, make it out that the entrance stage is like a bit of a street, where you've got, like, you know, some stuff that you can use. Because that's what they did for Royal Rumble 2000. And I love the vibe of that. I thought it was brilliant. So, yeah, there's been some good ones throughout the years. But if we're just talking general sets, I mean, a lot of those Armageddon sets were crazy. I think there was Capital Punishment that had the White House as well, which worked really well. There was a giant chair, wasn't there, for King of the Ring as well, like where an electric chair. And Cyber Sunday, Taboo Tuesday with the big kind of PC monitor for the one that people could vote. And so they made it look like a big PC. So, I mean, there's been some brilliant sets throughout the years. There was a little flicker last year that we might start getting some sets coming back. A little flicker. Obviously, we had like the Paris Eiffel Tower. We had the Crown Jewel kind of structure that looked like a jewel, which was kind of cool. So there was just a little flicker that we might have some nice sets returning. So definitely something to keep an eye on in 2026. Okay, we've only got 4 minutes to go, and then we'll be underway. You are going to have to let us know when we start, when we have to play, when we have to pause, all that nonsense. I obviously don't have USA Network. I'm having to try and follow along with this Netflix. So that's going to be a little bit tricky, but, you know, we'll give it a go. We'll try our best. There's not much point in street fights when they can only hit each other across the back, says Wayne. Yeah, they do. They have taken away, like, headshots, whatever. I think it allows you to use weapons, though, doesn't it? I mean, you can use kendo sticks and tables, chairs, breeze blocks, all these kind of bits and bobs. So I think, like, you know, you could make it look kind of fun. It reminds me, actually, of the Wyatts. They were down in AAA. They had a Carnival of Chaos match, and there was all these stalls that were set up in the backstage area. And that was different. We enjoyed that. That was just before Christmas. They kind of did a few things. I think they could have done even more, to be honest with you. But they did a few little things. It was pretty good. It was all right. I had fun with it. Worth a watch. Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Good fella said Hardys, Dudleys, Taz debut. I was there, said was you? That is really cool. That is really cool. I really regard that as like a really iconic show. I think it was such a fun event. In fact, it might even be. I mean, whenever people ask about what's your favorite Rumble, I normally say 92 because I do love 92. I love the commentary. I mean, there's something special about just everyone that was in that. It's just Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer. It's for the championship. Bobby Gorilla, blah, blah, blah. Love 92. But I got such a soft spot for 2000 as well. I mean, that street fight, Triple H, Foley, as you said, Dudley's Hardys. It's just great. I love the set. I love the fact it's at Madison Square Garden. Great. I love that Rumble. So I do regard that as like one of the great WWE PLEs. So if you was there, it's very cool. Daze, the match I would like to see at 42 are the Hardys against the Usos. Yeah, that'd be good. I'll be down for that. Hardys Usos. I think they commented the other day, actually, the Hardys, about wanting a match like that. So, and that match with the Usos. So, I think it's certainly something they're interested in. Okay, we should be getting underway soon. Rent-free, hello, my friend. I hope you're well. Okay, we should be getting underway. We've got the thing up, and I don't want to press play yet. I'm going to press play as soon as it hits the hour mark. I'm still at 59. We have already done our breakdown, by the way, so I know normally... There we go. Boom. Normally, after the show, this show, we would do the breakdown. We've already done it. So if you are interested in thoughts of this episode, it's already up on the channel. I think it clocked in at just under half an hour, which again is longer than I wanted it to be. But here we are in London. Black Onyx, shout out to you. There is the London Underground. Flame Fist, hello. Shout out to you, buds. We are in the OVO Arena at Wembley. There is Randy. Wrestling fan said the show has just started. Okay, well, I've got Randy on screen, so am I ahead? Am I behind? You're a bit ahead. Okay. Let's go back then. Okay, I've got Randy on screen. Or maybe I'll go back another 10. Oh, no. Okay, there's the arena, Wembley Arena. Start him. Okay. Well, I mean, at the moment, we've just got people backstage. I've got Randy because I just skipped back a little bit. There's The Miz. Orton against The Miz. Damian. He's taking on Solo Sikoa tonight. 1, 2, 3. There's Solo. There's the MFTs. Are we doing AAA tomorrow, said Bishop? No. No. I thought about it. I was tempted. I don't think it's the biggest show, to be honest with you. And we are going to do the Rumble on Sunday. So I feel like we've got a stream this weekend. We're doing the 1991 Royal Rumble on Sunday. So I'm gonna focus on that. What I might do tomorrow is try. I don't know. I was gonna see if I could do like a Saturday night's main event thing, but I don't know how many matches we've got announced, to be honest. That's what I was debating. There's Sami. Ever says Cardona. UFC tomorrow. No UFC tomorrow. Am I still ahead of you, am I? People saying Damian. Solo. I might still be a bit ahead. I'll skip back again, shall I, a little bit? I'll skip back a bit. There we go. We are live. We are live. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on the chat. Crowd are chanting for Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre. Okay, we've gone to video package. Video package. So we're just looking at the 3 stages of hell. Okay, yeah, we are underway with this show. Okay. My only WWE pay-per-view was SS98 at MSG. It was one of the best days of my life. I was 19, said Defcon. Defcon, shout out to you. Very good. Michael, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the kind words. Daze, everyone in the chat, hope everyone's well, said Sean. Sean, shout out to you. Daniel said Powerhouse Hobbs. When? No word on when. I think there is a chance that he arrives in the Rumble. The streets are saying that he's going to go straight to the main roster. I don't know how much we can trust the streets on that. It's not what I would do personally, but I don't know. That the streets are saying that he's going to go straight to the main roster. Okay, we're just looking back at last week. Bum, 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 bum. Joshua, what's up? What's up? Mayor Pete, hello. Let him in, said we're at a video package. We are. They're just showing the 3 stages of hell. It's just showing us what went down last week. Don't forget, this is going to be a 3-hour show. If you are just joining us, Drew McIntyre is going to be speaking. Randy against The Miz. Damian against Solo. Sami against Ilja. Matt Cardona against Trick Williams. Carmelo Hayes is issuing the open challenge. There's the moment Drew won. Cody taking it out on Jacob. Right. We're going back to the arena. The fans are chanting away for Drew. Okay, bagpipers. I don't know if you've got bagpipers. Daze, should WWE have Trick be US champion before a world title run? Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. I'm a fan of climbing the mountain, going, you know, through the mid-card, so. It's for Rowdy Roddy Piper, I hope, said Stone. Yes. Okay, so the bagpipers are piping as Drew McIntyre is about to make his way down to the ring. Sign in the crowd says, era of McIntyre. There is Drew. Drew McIntyre with that WWE Championship. New champion hype, said Flame Fists. Bagpipes are one of the hardest instruments to play, says Black Onyx. One of the hardest instruments to listen to as well. Sign in the crowd said, I've waited 33 years for my first show. Let's hope that Drew's not moaning anymore, says the Rips. Let him in said, I love the flute. Wow, that would be a lovely entrance for you, wouldn't it? If you came down and there's just all these flutists. Got milk? Couple of Cody fans in the front row just letting Drew know how they feel about him. Not great. Drew McIntyre has made his way down. He's got that championship around his waist. I do like it, actually, when they wear the belt around their waist. I mean, respect for that. Drew. Getting in the ring. It's a big entrance. He obviously is going to be milking this moment. This is a moment that he's waited his whole life for. I was talking earlier, actually, about how important this moment is. It is a moment, a true moment. The UK has never had a WWE champion before Drew. This is the first UK champion. I know that Drew more identifies as a Scotsman than a Brit, but it still remains that he is the first British WWE champion, men's champion. And when he won it before, it was the pandemic. So, you know, he wasn't able to have this moment to bring that championship to these shores in front of people. I mean, this is the mountaintop belt, isn't it? There is absolutely nowhere that you can go after this. There is no higher level unless we're going to start classing the Crown Jewel Championship as a thing. Unless we're all going to lie to ourselves and say that the Crown Jewel Championship is actually worth something. This is it. This is the mountaintop. And I would argue not just the mountaintop in WWE, but the mountaintop in all of pro wrestling. I don't even know that that's arguable, to be honest, because this is the biggest promotion in the world. That is its top title. And he has got it over his shoulder. Drew in the ring. We're still farming. We're still aura farming. We're doing some farming work. Leo, shout out to you, my friends. You've got a lovely pair of, I don't even know what they are. What are they? Oh, pom-poms or something. We're doing some cheerleading. Leo, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. As Drew goes over to the fans, throws his arms in the air. Bow, wow. Daze, is it true that sometime before Mania they're going to have Drew drop the title? No, I mean, honestly, no one seems to know. I mean, it seems like plans changed about 48 hours before SmackDown last week. What that new plan looks like now, don't know. I mean, Streets are saying that Cody Drew was the plan, and they decided to not make it a straight road to get there. But the Streets are also saying that Drew could be inserted in that match now. So he could drop it before. He might not drop it before. Why are they... I prayed for this and it happened. Why were they just silencing the crowd there momentarily? I don't know if you had that, but The crowd were going, oh, Drew McIntyre. I don't think they were saying F Drew McIntyre. Yeah, no, they're chanting, you deserve it. So why did they knock the sound off a little? You might not have had that. I'm watching it on Netflix, and there was a bit of censoring going on. So Drew is in the ring. The first and only British champion. Crowd cheer. Evening. Tara, shout out to you. Tara NR. Fans are singing away. Being cheered all over Europe, including tonight. I just want to say to each and every one of you, screw you. When I got fired, where was you? 99% of you weren't there for me. Yeah. So here we go. He's going off on this crowds. Boo Drew. He's still complaining. Now we've got CM Punk chant. CM Punk. CM Punk. Match after match, I get screwed. Was there a hashtag for Drew? The only person that ever believed in me was me. If you want to chant some, chant thank you, Drew. I think there are a few thank you, Drew chants, actually. Okay, he's talking about the former champion. Okay, there's some Cody chants. Cody chants. God bless you, Drew said Angelo. Eric said he won't be champ long. Punk's gonna get it next. Just watch. Since 90% of Americans can't read, I'll tell you what the clause said. It said there is no rematch. Guys, is that true? 90% of Americans can't read. Is that true? That seems high to me. The dangerous, unpredictable Drew era begins tonight and is interrupted by Randy. The Beach Kevin said, I think it's about 95%. Damn. I had it in the 80s. I'm joking. I'm joking. Okay, Randy is making his way down. His mama can't read. Yeah, let's go. Let's get some mama jokes going. Your mama can't read. Angelo said, quick question. Would you guys want to see Drew turn babyface? He wanted to be a world champion in front of the crowds. I feel like him being a babyface as champion. I feel like this was the moment, really. This is him in the UK as champion. I think if you was going to babyface it, this is where you would have done it. Randy making his way down to the ring. Bum, bum, bum. Johnny, shout out to you. Okay. Randy is in the ring. William said, we can read. There just isn't any money in it for it. Oh, you can read. You just don't need to read. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. That's actually quite clever. You can read, but what's the point in reading? Do I get anything for reading? No. So I'm not reading. Okay, Drew in the ring says, I assume you're here to congratulate me, Randy. I think you and all these people know that we do not like each other. I'm here to remind you. Crowd are chanting RKO. 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 K-Dub said, I can read, but it's just a 3rd grade level. Okay, Randy making it clear that he's coming for that belt. And when he does, it'll be courtesy of the 3 most dangerous letters. 2 of the most dangerous words in pro wrestling, though, might be this guy's name, Jacob Fatu. Huh, huh. Jacob making his way down to the ring. All gas, no brakes. Jacob straight down to the ring. No nonsense. Gets in there. Goes after Drew. Drew goes down. Jacob going after Drew. Fighting on the outsides. Bang, into the ring post goes Jacob. Doesn't even flinch. Those Samoan heads are just built different. Doesn't even flinch. Drew goes in the crowd, goes running away. Randy watches on with a smile on his face, watching to see where they've gone. Randy just watching, said K-Dub. Gets murked. Gets murked. Okay, so commercial break next, and I have you got a this January thing? It's clearly a commercial break, but do I have to pause? I don't know. What's happening? The excitement, the energy. Royal Rumble. Have you got a Royal Rumble thing? Riyadh season, Royal Rumble. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum. Lone Star friend, thank you. Guys, visit Saudi Arabia. if you want, or don't bother. It's up to you. And I should have an... Oh, no, we're back. No. Oh, I've paused. I know a commercial break when I see one. Yes, Rumble. Pause. I paused. Did it. Hell no, says the Ribs. Yes, actually, I specifically want you to go. Yeah. You've got to go. No one else. Just you. Do we feel any better about Saudi Arabia? I don't, actually. We've been going there since 2018. And still got that kind of real negative energy, hasn't it? I don't think they've managed to shake that off. To be honest, I don't really hear much about their... I don't really hear much about their human rights anymore. For a laugh, should we have a look at the Saudi Arabian human rights concerns? Someone's doing it. 10 ways that Saudi Arabia violate human rights. Yeah, let's go. Executions are on the increase. Women are widely discriminated against still. There's unfair trials and torture. Migrant workers get treated poorly. There's a crackdown on free media. They might not be the only country with that. No free speech. No LGBTQI plus rights. There are travel bans. Many human rights activists who have been released from unfair imprisonment face continued punishment because many get given travel bans, meaning they are unable to leave the country and see loved ones. No protests. Oh, well, that's all kicking off, isn't it, in Iran at the moment with all the protests? This was from an article last year. So, April of last year. So, it seems like there are still big issues. It seems like WWE did not solve these problems. Shock. So, same old then, said Flame. It seems that way, yes. I thought WWE was going to resolve all these issues, but apparently not. Daze, unpopular opinion, said Benny. I think The Miz should be a contender and he should win the whole thing and main event his second Mania. Well, I think that probably is an unpopular opinion. It's still happening now, says let him in. Rob, I'm sure the Saudis have got it all squared away since April. I bet it's all rainbows and pony rides there now. Well, I think WWE would certainly like you to think so. Obviously, we go there for the Rumble, but we go there next year for WrestleMania. So, yeah. It's going to be really interesting, actually, because they're going to need a lot of people to go to Mania. They're going to hope for... I mean, the whole point of doing this is so they get tourists. So, I'd imagine the propaganda's going to be in overdrive as we work our way towards WrestleMania 43. Right, we are back to the action. We got Randy on the outsides. Let him in, said, back to some positive things. Can't wait to see what Cody's going to say tonight. Right now, we've got Miz and Randy on the outsides. Miz lands on his feet. And right now, Miz, with a smile on his face, is picking up Randy and dumps him on the table. Boo. It's going to be the least traveled Mania in decades, said Ardub. I think that's true, yeah. I think that's true. It's going to be weird, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be on a different time. It's going to be strange. First Mania outside of North America next year. Oh, Miz is a banker. Oh, Miz is a banker. Shots coming in by Randy. Benny said early WrestleMania 43 predictions. Bret Hart Goldberg to settle the score. HBK Undertaker last chance. Austin Rock one last time. Let's go. Sounds good. Boom. Power slam there by Randy. Randy seething. Going to that dark place. Miz rolling out the ring. They're wild over there. Absolutely out their minds. Like Kim Jong-un, said WrestleRants. Right now, we've got Randy rolling out the ring. We've got Miz on the outside. Randy has got Miz in his sights. Kick coming in. We're over by this commentary table again. Boom! Miz gets planted on the commentary table. Randy is picking him up again. Boom! Crowd are like, one more time. One more time. One more time. And Randy planted him. Randy was torn between getting back in the ring or doing it one more time. Boom! 3 in a row there. By Orton. Orton breaking the count. Coming back out again. Grabbing the Miz. Chucking him in the ring. Randy getting in. Miz trying to crawl his way out the ring. Randy going over, looking for this draped DDT. He's got the Miz looking to drive him down. And he does. Randy in full control. Let's go. Randy goes down. He's going to the dark place, setting up for the RKO. Here it is. Nope. Turned into a skull crushing. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Randy and both Solo. Jay, wrestler. Try and keep the spoilers out. Flame said he's hearing those voices. AB WWE fan said, is the #1 contender tournament to face the champ at Saturday night's main event? No. So the winners of these matches go into a fatal 4-way, and that's at Saturday night's main event. Winner of that fatal 4-way takes on Drew at the Rumble RKO. There it was. 1, 2, 3. Pretty straightforwards. Pretty simples. They talk to me. Okay. Let's get... We'll get a little poll up for that match now that it's concluded. Right. Okay, Randy. Posing away in the corner. So Randy is qualified. We got 3 more that need to make it, and not like an epic opening match by any stretch of the imagination. Normally we have some a little bit more than that. Okay, we're backstage with Drew. This is worth listening to. I'm actually interested in listening to this again. Ilja and Drew. Yeah. That line. Is he telling the truth? When he says, I didn't knock out Jacob's teeth, but I'll sure as hell knock out yours. You know, Ilja is talking to Drew. Drew's not even really listening, to be honest. He's not even really listening. Right, I've got a WWE shop advert. I feel like we're about to go to a commercial break. That line really resonated with me earlier. I didn't knock out Jacob's teeth, but I'll sure as hell knock out yours. It's kind of Drew's way of saying I didn't do it. Progressive. Shop advert and commercials. I've got Progressive, the bundle maker. What the hell's this? Okay, last Friday, MFTs. No, I need to pause that, I'm guessing. MFT's Wyatt recap next week. Oh, okay. No, maybe I didn't. Have you had that in America yet? This Progressive Wyatt's MFT thing? I almost want to believe Drew said Wrestle Rants. Not yet, right. Damn it. I'll have to pause. I'll have to pause. Pausey pause. No, I'm at a Taco Bell commercial. Okay, buds. Okay, so there's maybe a recap of Wyatt's MFTs coming up. Do you know, what's really annoying is that earlier we had lots of commercial breaks. And I remember like sitting here and like we go to commercial. I don't know if they've removed them. I think they might have removed them for the video file. Perhaps it just doesn't make sense to keep them in the video file when it becomes a video file. So I feel like they've removed them. We had loads of graphics that we had to sit through. You know, like back soon type stuff. I haven't seen any of them. We're 35 minutes in. So that's annoying. Right, we are at commercial break. No Progressive. No. Well, we should get that when we come back. They do remove them. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know they removed them. That does make sense. I was thrilled earlier because I was like, this is great. I'm sitting during commercials. When it's time to watch this later, it'll all be in sync. And now they've gone and flipping removed them. Which does make sense. Why would you want to sit down and watch a video file that's got loads of like commercial breaks kind of in it? So it does make sense. Just doesn't help me right now. Who attacked Jacob? We don't know. I mean, he's under the impression it's Drew. Drew is saying it is not him, though. So, yeah. Wyatt's 6 in show. Oh, what? Is it started? Is the Progressive thing started? I'm starting to believe Drew. Cody is looking sus, says WrestleRants. It was Rikishi. Yes, he did it for The Rock. Miss Dell Jr. says, do we plan on doing UFC 324, 325? If they're up against Saturday night's main event and Rumble, then no. We are back from adverts. Okay, thank you. Progressive. I'm with you. MFT advert. Let's go. We are back. Right, so we're just seeing the MFTs and the Wyatts. We're about 40 minutes into the show. Anyone that's booked for WrestleMania 33 is put into a Turkey Alley Shake Appreciation Battle Royal. Wow. We're still a bit away from WrestleMania 43. Got to worry about WrestleMania 42 first. Okay, I've got a Wyatt 6 video. Wyatt 6 video. Okay. So it's Bo talking about the lantern. We carry it in the dark so the dark doesn't carry us. What does that mean? It will come back to us. Like a moth to a flame. It will come back to us like a moth to a flame. We're not going to rest until it comes home. There we go. Lantern, 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 lantern. Let's go, lantern. Okay. Cody is still over. This is Europe. Of course they're going to cheer for Drew, said Sean. That is true. This is very pro-Drew crowds. Even if he is being mean and moody. As we're just seeing what went down last Friday. Julia getting the win over Alexa. Okay, here's Lexi. Here's Charlotte. It wasn't a... I'm sick. It was a... Have you got my back? Have you got my back? There's a little bit of dissension here. Okay. Here's Lash and Nia. I hope their mind games don't work because it's so obvious what they're doing. Sliding in going, oh, that is so like Alexa. That's why you can't trust her. Nia said, let her learn the hard way. Is the lantern like Undertaker's urn, said Frank. Well, I don't think so. They're not making out like there's, you know... I mean, Bo didn't even seem that bothered to me. I was not... I feel like when the Undertaker's urn got taken away, they sort of made out that he lost his edge. But I don't think they're really making that point when it comes to the lantern. Or at least I don't feel like they've made that point yet. Charlotte and Alexa against Julia and Kiana James. Women's tag match coming up next. Where are we with rating for the first match? The Randy Miz match. It's always fun to compare what you lot think to the people earlier. Okay. Earlier, they said it was good 92. You lot said that opening match was good 98. You lot are a lot more positive. 6% more positive than the people earlier. Good 92 earlier. You lot said good 98. I've always said that about you Americans and Canadians. You're a real positive bunch. You're a real positive, but you always look on the bright side of life. Boop, 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 boop. So, fair play. Us over here in Europe, we're all like, it sucked. Good 92%, and they're lucky to get that. But in America, you're like, oh my God, that was so good. That was like good 98. And boom, a lot more positive respect. I watched this stream instead of the show. Then I watched the recap on YouTube, says Frank. Frank, shout out to you, my friends. This is the correct way to watch wrestling, by not watching wrestling. The 6 are going to lose, said user. The need to lose everything to come back even darker with Bliss. I'm not sure if Bliss is going to feature in this feud, to be honest with you. I feel like she's doing stuff with Charlotte. That could go sour, that relationship. So I don't know if their paths are crossing yet. They will cross. I've no doubt about that. I just don't know if it's going to be yet. I am going to be honest. I think Julia is better than Stephanie, said Wrestling Fan, and should be pushed like her. Now, I'm not trying to throw shade at Stephanie. She's still a great wrestler, said Wrestling Fan. Harmon said, I can't believe you're watching it twice. Well, not much. I like hanging out. I like talking wrestling. No problem for me. No complaints this end. Watching a bit of the old Graps. Watching Smackdown again. So, yeah, that's fine. But there's there's some stuff in here that, like that line from Joe, I wanted to hear it, make sure that I didn't, mishear it or anything. Because I got to tell you earlier, no one reacted to that line online. I saw no one mention the fact that Drew said, I didn't do that to Jacob. And I was like, have I gone mental? Why is no one talking about this? That feels like a real talking point to me. Drew is coming out going, it wasn't me. Many on the sofa. It wasn't me. And I did it on the counter. It wasn't me. Yeah, he's coming out doing that. He's basically singing Shaggy, saying it wasn't him. And that could have some merit. It could be revealed that it wasn't him. James, hello, said, how much longer do we think Alexa will stick with Charlotte? Do we think she'll join the Wyatts this year? I think it could be at the end of the year. But I think that this kind of pairing has worked really well. I don't see it splitting before Mania. If it does, that's only because we're going to do Alexa Charlotte as a feud. So, yeah, I see it getting to Mania. I don't see her joining the Wyatts before Mania. And I would imagine Wyatt's MFTs will probably wrap up at Mania. So, I don't think she comes into this feud. We're back. Backstreet's back. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, Michael Venom Page is in the crowds. Love that for him. Okay, Julia and Kiana. Bum, bum, bum. Wow. I haven't done a very good job of changing the information over. Julia and Kiana versus Charlexa. I was trying to remember what we call them. Charlexa. Oh, something I didn't mention on my breakdown is that Charlotte's wearing a robe here. And I don't know that she's been wearing a robe for a while. Is this a sign that she's kind of going back to being the queen? That's me being the Rizzler. That's me thinking. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun- Daze, yes, is it's hard watching it 2 times. You're a 2-timer, says Michael. It's depends on the show, doesn't it? I mean, honestly, this has been all right. It's been all right. We had Jacob come down, going after Drew. We had Drew making an interesting comment. You lot were okay with that first match. The group earlier were not as kind. And now, you know, a little bit of Julia graps. A little bit of Charlotte graps. A little bit of Alexa graps. A little bit of Kiana James graps. Be all right, won't it? Okay, Alexa, Charlotte making the way down. I don't know why Kiana and Julia are still a thing. It doesn't do neither any favors. Julia's English is getting better, said WrestleRants. I don't disagree, to be honest. I just don't think this is a good pairing at all. I agree with you. I'm not sure these two will be together for that long. Dun 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 dun. Kiana's like, oh my god, hello. Kiana just wants to get going here. Okay, Bella sounded. Kiana James in the ring. Gonna start us off with Alexa. Talking about trash, isn't she, to Alexa here, Kiana? I feel like Kiana is really unfortunate. She's sort of like really overlooked, actually. She's a good talent. Swing a miss. She's just got to find her footing on the main roster. Kiana going over, big knee coming into the midsection, and we are underway with match number 2. Suplex there by Kiana. It is not close. Kofi and Javon are different. Kofi never dived or flipped like Javon, said Sean. Budget cuts are going to be savage this year, says 107. Do you think so? They're probably unavoidable. We tend to get them every year. Tend to be, I think, like February time. I don't know why WWE puts Kiana in Julia's corner. Julia doesn't need her. Always makes a grand entrance in those amazing costumes, said Serini. Okay, right now we got Alexa, Charlotte working together. Julia comes in. Shot coming back there as Kiana goes down. Dropkick mates. We're at picture-in-picture. Oh, you've gone picture-in-picture. You've gone PIP. P-I-M-P. Okay, I'm going to pause it because mine just jumped. I just jumped. I had people posing and then all of a sudden they were wrestling. That says to me there is a chunk of footage that has been removed. So I just need to know when we're back from commercial break, that's all. David said Roman becoming a part-timer killed Solo Sikoa. Maybe. I think that was the time for Solo to break out and stand on his own 2 feet. And couldn't do it. Floundered. So, yeah, I mean, it was certainly better when he had Roman around, but the story of kind of breaking away from Roman and going off on his own, like, it was just too heavy for him. I mean, he was doing well when he was in the Bloodline. I agree with you. I think people looked at Solo. I think Heyman did a great job with Solo, making him seem intimidating. And all of that was great. All of that checked out. All of that was good. But, yeah, just couldn't maintain it, unfortunately. Okay, you lot are at commercial break. David, thank you, but appreciate it. You're at commercial, you're at picture-in-picture. I've just had to pause and I'm just waiting to kind of come back. Let him in, said I miss Roman. When's he coming back? Should be soon. Expected to be in the Rumble. Frank says, it's the MFTs that aren't over. Solo is fine. Harmon said Daze versus his sleep schedule, WrestleMania 42. Do you know, my sleep schedule is okay. I pretty much do the same thing. But it just sucks when we're on this European tour. Actually, once we're done and we're back in America, let's go. But yeah, my sleep schedule tends to suffer when we're kind of moving shows around. It's going to suffer a bit for the Rumble this year, isn't it? Because we're in Saudi Arabia. But I mean, that's fine, isn't it? Fine. Because actually, the SmackDown will be on earlier, because I think the SmackDown is in Saudi Arabia as well. So that'll be on earlier. It'll be fine. Make it work. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. David said, BFG Group are cheap voodoo doinks from New Orleans. BFG. Do we mean like the MFT? They're voodoo doinks from New Orleans. We're back. We're back, baby. Black Onyx, thank you. I've got Julia tagging in Kiana. Crowd applauding away. I think there was about 10,000 in attendance for this show. Julia is down on the outside. Alexa trying to get over Charlotte. Voodoo doinks. That would have been sick back in the day. Voodoo doinks. Tag made there by Alexa. Down goes Kiana. And again. Chop being made. Oh, God, I hate that spot. I just saw it again. Oh, God, it's so rubbish. Julia comes running in and sort of glitches. It's crazy, that moment. Julia comes in and Charlotte's not quite ready to chop her, but Julia had no intention of doing anything. So she has to stand in front of Charlotte and go... like a broken sim. Like a malfunctioning C-3PO. And she just had to wait for Charlotte to then chop her. Crossbody by Charlotte. I criticised that moment earlier. I'm criticising it again. Look rubbish. Charlotte on her feet. Charlotte charging over. Big boot there by Kiana. This match continues. Oh, big boot there by Charlotte. Few woos from the crowds. Otherwise, it's a little bit quiet. Charlotte goes down. Kiana. Let's go, Charlotte chant. Just sort of breaking through. Big knee there by Julia. 1, 2. Alexa makes the save. Arrivederci knee. Daze, did you see those ringside collectibles? They've ripped off Joe Hendry fans with a figure. Second release, it comes with a TNA title, and it's $5 cheaper. No. Oh, that's from Mattel, is it? Mattel, is it? I didn't. I saw a couple of things, like there's a Coco Beware coming, which we already knew about, but I think there's some new images. Bull Nakano. But no, I didn't see a new Joe Hendry. Well, I'll have a look. Ringside collector tables. Collectables. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Sister Abigail. 2, 3. Alexa gets it. Alexa, Charlotte, get the win. Sister Abigail. Bah, bah. I'm just looking for this. I believe in Joe Hendry. Oh, yeah? I believe in gender. Actually, didn't I did. Oh, it's not Mattel, though. It's not Mattel. I thought Mattel had done it. Oh, hello. Lash. Naya. Julia is having to be dragged away there by Kiana. Well, everyone's sad. Everyone's angry at each other. That's what we've learnt today. No one likes each other. Does anyone like Cody? That's the question. We're going to find out after the break. Next, Cody Rhodes. Right, we've gone to commercial break. We are at adverts, Edward. Thank you. Black Onyx, thank you. WrestleFan, thank you. Let's get some scores for that last match. What did you think about that women's tag match that we just got? Are you guys still a bottomless sea of I can't even speak. Are you a sea of positivity? That's what I was trying to say. A bottomless pit of a bottomless pit of positivity. That's a little bit tricky. I stumbled on that one. I'll hold my hands up. I stumbled on that one. A bottomless pit of positivity. It's possible. Gotta give it a little bit of thought, but it's possible. Right, we are at commercial break, and we're all just recovering from that match. An absolute abyss of optimism, said Defcon. Jamie said, Wrestling Days, I'm still a Cody Rhodes fan. He needs a rematch, says Jamie. We need a Wheel of Fun, says Mech. Wheel of Fun. Do you know that was around the year 2000? It might have even have stopped in the year 2000. That is like serious OG stuff, my friend. Let him in, said Daze. Solo also didn't talk much in the Bloodline, and it was cool when he did. But he talks a lot now, which is fine, but just in a different way. Dustin can keep on stepping over in AEW, said Sean. WWE's women's division is trash now, said 107. Daze, have you ever tried pole dancing? Not really. The only time is if ever I've gone to a club and there's a pole and I'm with mates and I've had a few beers. I'll have a swing around that thing, you know? I'll do one of those. I ain't climbing up it and hanging upside down. I don't possess that agility or those skills. But yeah. There's a few clubs that I've been to where there's been a few poles that you can kind of grab a hold of. Yeah. Do a bit of Bollywood. So, but no pole dancing. It's not a skill set I possess. But Days, will pole dancer be inside? Oh yes, I'll do a bit of pole dancing if someone will feed me some beans on toast. That's absolutely guaranteed. You don't swing on poles when on the train. Well, I grab hold of a pole sometimes. Sometimes you grab that thing above as well, though. I don't know. Could that be classed as pole dancing? If so, then yeah, I've probably done that a few times. To be honest, when I get on a train, most trains I get onto get a seat and sit down. I think really that's like quite an underground London thing. I think it's more an underground London thing. Nia disrespected Julia, but yes, I have. You are correct. Solo, are we back? We're back. Oh, God, I missed it. Ah, oh, Jesus. People are saying they're at Solo. Okay, I'm at Solo as well. Yeah, probably a Subway thing for sure. Yeah, we don't have a Subway in Birmingham, but I've been on, I've done that on the Underground, and if ever it was like rush time, busy time, then sometimes the odd train you have to stand for. Okay, we've got Solo now. Is pole dancing considered a fetish? I don't believe so. Solo says he's going to take care. He's going to take care of that. And he is going to help me beat Damian Priest. Oh, can you believe it? You know who he is. Bray Wyatt. Here's Cody Rhodes. Here is Cody Rhodes. David said no pole dancing. Sadly, only Vienna sausage dancing. I don't know what that is. Vienna sausage dancing. What is that? Vienna sausages gifs. Now this is content. This is content right here. Okay, Cody Rhodes is, yeah, sorry, we're doing a wrestling watch along. Welcome to Smackdown! Yes! Smackdown, Smackdown, Smackdown. Let's go, Smackdown. Yes. Mayor Pete said, I thought this was a sausage watch along. For the briefest of moments, it was. Bishop said, Vienna sausages are goated. Yeah. I'm a big fan. I don't even know what they are. I never quite found out, but I can tell you that I consume. Oh, no, it is actually a food item. Oh, I really thought we were talking about penises. Straight up. Well, there we go. You live and learn. David, shout out to you. I don't know what you said. I can only imagine it was horrifically offensive. Something truly awful. Appreciate it. Right. Wrestlelandy said, Daze, with the bad reviews of TNA, what do we think is the worst show you've ever seen? Ooh. Worst show? God, such a good question. The first one that comes to my mind is December to Dismember. I remember that just being just a truly rubbish event. A code is out, by the way. I'll give that some thought. That's a good one. Okay, Cody's in the ring. He says, I would come out and I would ask you, what do you want to talk about? Things maybe got a bit episodic. And the crowd start chanting for Drew. Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is going to be message received. I think this is going to be message received. We're going to discuss Drew McIntyre. I wasn't the company's champ. I was your champ. Gotta tell you, there's boos for that. There's boos for that because people don't buy it, and you can see Cody go... Yeah, I think that's such a moment where he kind of says a line, hoping the fans are going to buy it, and then he goes... if they boo Cody everywhere, they should make him Homelander, says K-Dub. Oh, that guy. Look at that guy in the crowd dancing away. Cody sees him and smiles. I love a gamble. I love a long shot. What Culture Pro Wrestling getting a mention? Oh, that's a big reaction. In a city that does deserve a WrestleMania. So Cody is announcing that green kilt guy was wild, said Wrestle. Yeah, it's great to see Wrestle with Andy on TV. Wrestle with Andy, getting onto TV, dancing away in his green kilt. So, London, what do you want to talk about? Let's talk about Jacob. Okay, so Cody says, Jacob, you've got one of the biggest receipts I've ever handed out coming to you. So there we go. Cody announces that he's going to be in the Rumble, and he announces that Jacob Fatu has got a receipt on the way. But honestly, I think the big talking point from that is Cody very much heard that crowd. There are moments where he hears the crowd chanting for Drew, not really being on his side, and it's just that little... He couldn't hide it. He's got a horrible poker face. It's just moments where, you know, he's hearing him chant for Drew, or he made that line. I think that line was quite good. a good moment where he's like, you know, the reason I say, what do you want to talk about, is I'm not the company's champion, I'm your champion. And they go, boo! And he goes, Matt Cardona backstage. Cody did not finish his story. Cody Punk should happen at Mania, says Harmon. People would cheer for Drew, but they flipped on Drew too. When he said screw you. Yeah, they did. They started chanting for Punk. What if Cody did attack Jacob? Jacob only attacked Drew in the cage because he was going through him to get to Cody. That wouldn't make much sense to me. It wouldn't make much sense because surely he would want to get his hands on Cody. Drew was in the doorway. Drew was trying to get out. He could have easily grabbed Drew, pulled Drew out. Drew could have got the win, and then Jacob could have got into the cage. It's not really a reason for him to beat up on Drew. I'd really need that to get explained. Plus, also this week he's not going after. He's not going after Cody, is he? He's come out and gone after Drew again. Here's Trick. 8 out of 10 promo segment, said James. This crowd is definitely a Drew crowd. Yeah, I mean, no surprises there. I mean, this is, you know, this is London. There's going to be plenty of Drew fans and Scots that have travelled down. There's a blooming guy in the crowd dancing around in a kilt. So, I mean, short of doing this in Edinburgh or Glasgow or in Scotland, like, this is going to be as positive a Drew crowd as I think you're going to find. So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those where you can't read, like, loads into it, but you can't ignore the fact there's been a growing anti-Cody movement. I mean, can't ignore that. I mean, you can if you want to, but the truth is the truth. Right, let's get back to the chat. Boom. Whoop that Trick. Yeah, Trick Williams making his way out. I've just got a WrestleMania advert right now. Daze, I hope Matt gets a WWE Championship at some point before he retires. What, Matt Cardona? WWE Championship? I don't see that. I don't see that. We all know that Trick's entrance was going to get over from day one of him debuting. It's great crowd energy. Wrestle Daddy said that Cody heel turn could bring WWE back to a hot streak, says Wrestle with Andy. We're at commercial break, right? Let's pause. Pause. I've got like a podcast lineup at the moment. Does Matt Cardona interest and entertain you? No. I'm just being honest. He never interested me when he was around and he was that rider. I remember him being in like NXT and partnering up with Mojo Rawley, being in the Hype Bros. Obviously, when he got released, it was a shame. I didn't want to see him get released. But, no, I mean, he was someone that was like a enhancement talent, just putting people over and not really... I don't know. I mean, there just wasn't really anything that really grabbed me. And then he got released. He's been away for like 5-6 years. I know he's done stuff on the indie scene, and you know, that's great, but it's not like he's done stuff in AEW that's been super visible. He's done stuff kind of in, like, you know, the indie circuit, which is not as visible. So to me, he's come back and, you know, there's a bit of a fresh coat of paint on him. You know, he's Matt Cardona now rather than Zack Ryder. But I think if you want to get momentum and you want to make me believe that this guy has got plenty to offer, I'm going to need to be shown it. You can't just think that I've already seen it. I need to be shown it. So everything he's doing now is match quality, his promos, you know, his social media work. Like, I mean, really, that work begins now. He's managed to get back in WWE. How much was that down to Chelsea? How much was down to the work he did on the Indies? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But also do know is he's back. And the real work begins for him now. So it's up to him, isn't it, to show what he can do. If they're going to give him opportunity, he needs to knock it out the park. And he could do that. I'm not going to say that he won't. He could do that. Let him in said he kind of bores me a little bit. If Cardona was to win the title, it wouldn't last long. He looks like Ultimate Warrior British Bulldog when they were near the end, all red and puffed. It's not good for the heart. Well, I hope there's no health issues, obviously. I hope everything's okay in that regard. But, yeah, look, nothing against him. I ain't got no ill will towards him. Why would I? I'm just being honest in that as a character, he's never grabbed me. I didn't follow his career on the indie circuit, so nothing has really changed in that regard. But he's got an opportunity here, hasn't he? We're back. We are back. Yeah, podcast advert. I've got that as well. So Finn with Cody. Ken Golden is on Impulsive. Bailey with Stephanie. Bruce Pritchard with The Undertaker. Whoop that trick. Right, let's end this poll. This is the one for Alexa and Charlotte against Julia and Kiana. You lot said it was good. 93. That is above earlier again. They said it was good 89. You lot said it was good 93. You're a positive lot. Here's Matt. Trick versus Matt. I don't know what the back of his jacket says. I'm not finished, maybe? I'm not finished, yeah. Daze, to me, the appeal of Matt is his life story. It's like Cody's story, but it's more inspirational. What's the story? Tell me the story. Anyone else watching the Limitless Rumble since we're already watching SmackDown? Don't know what that means. We are better than them. You've got to realize it, says Shaquem. I feel like I'm walking halfway into conversations here. I think Sami should main event WrestleMania, says Harmon. Big K said it's a long story. Okay, we are about to get underway. Trick Williams. Matt Cardona. He had cancer as a kid, and he was a Make-A-Wish kid. He said he wanted to get better so he could grow up and be a superstar. He got fired, and now he's back again. Well, that's, yeah, great. I mean, like, that's great in the sense of he achieved his dream, and I'm really pleased for him. I suppose I'm just joining that story too late in the day. So for me, it's like I've already formed my opinion of him because of the fact that I watched him for so long when he was just Zack Ryder. And he was like a bit of an enhancement talent. So I feel like, you know, he's achieved that dream. He, you know, he wanted to be a WWE superstar and he's done it. He's achieved it. And as you said, he got fired and he's made his way back and yeah. But I don't know, like, I don't know if that's going to sound harsh. I don't mean for it to sound harsh, but I don't know that like, means that you deserve to be WWE champion, you know? It's like, He's put the work in. He's achieved his dream. He's become a WWE superstar. He did it. Tick. But like now that you're at the dance, you don't get things handed to you. You gotta prove that you belong. You gotta prove that you deserve that investment. And that's what everyone's battling to do, isn't it? That's what everyone's trying to achieve. So for me, is in the dance. Let's look and see kind of what he can deliver. That's a great story. He doesn't have an engaging storyline, says Let Him In. We are adverts. Yes. Cardona found a wife through Cody, whose wife pushed him to come to dinner to meet Chelsea. Chelsea took one look at Matt, and the rest is history. He might take Ethan's spot in the Chelsea AAA mixed tag titles. Well, that's got to be an option, hasn't it? I think those two together are gold, aren't they? Those two together are there's money there, definitely. So that would definitely feel like a way that you could use him. Listen, not everyone has to come in and be like main events talent, you know? Not everyone needs to come in and be WWE champion. I genuinely think that they wanted to bring in LA Knight to be that kind of role, experience, put some people over, you know, kind of a workhorse. You know, the roster needs workhorses. That's kind of what Chelsea is. She'll lose to people. But what she'll do is she'll be ever present and she'll always try to be as entertaining as possible. I don't think they brought Chelsea in as someone they saw as being WrestleMania main event. She might get there, but I don't think that's why they brought her in. And the same with LA Knight. I think they brought LA Knight in to be that workhorse that has matches and, you know, he can talk, he can wrestle. Let's bring him in. He's got a catchphrase. You know, the crowd might take to him. I don't think they expected LA Knight to get as over as what he did. No way. And who knows? I mean, like, this is the opportunity Matt's got. Matt's back. So what opportunity has he got now to try and get over with the crowds? You know? So, ball's in his court. Can we see a tag team of LA Knight and Matt Cardona? Yeah, I could definitely see that. But I think that they'll want to do more with LA Knight first. Frank said it's the same deal with Rusev and Alistair. We're at adverts at the moment, kids. We're about halfway through this show at the moment. About halfway through this show. So when we come back, we're still underway with match number 3. Trick Williams against Matt Cardona. We're back. There we go. I felt like it was due. We'd been at commercial break a little while. Black Onyx, thank you. Appreciate it. Halftime score song. We don't have it. And to be honest, I don't even quite remember it anymore. It's been so long. It would be nice to get that re-record. I need to go back, re-watch an old... I don't know. I could just go back and just take... I'd sang that song so many times. There must be a good version on an old stream. It wouldn't be too hard to find, so... Who knows? It could return in a blaze of glory in 2026. K-Dub said Cardona posted that he's happy being back with WWE and doing PR stuff and getting to be closer to Chelsea. Yeah, I bet he is, and I bet she's happy for it as well. I nominate the female voice super chat reader for the Hall of Fame. Right now we got Cardona. Back against the ropes goes Trick. Big boot there by Trick. Cardona with a forearm strike. Talking to Chelsea. She's going to be in action later. She is taking on Jordan Grace. Big boot there by Matt. Frank said, are we really looking at the future with Trick? I think so. You know, great crowd reaction for him tonight on SmackDown. When he came out, that entrance was really well observed. But everyone has a permission. They have position and they need to play their part on the roster. It's always been like that. Not everyone will be the main eventer. I agree with that. I don't think everyone gets hired to be main eventers either. It's a bit like Kiana. You know, Kiana James. They're not doing loads with her at the moment. If you're a big Kiana fan, you might be like, my God, what are they doing with Kiana? They're not doing anything. She deserves so much better than this. But I think the truth is they called her up to get her on the roster, have her be a piece, rather than, you know, the women's champ. Double underhooks by Matt. Trick goes over roll at 1, 2. Kick out by Trick. Are you going to watch the NFL this weekend? I never watch the NFL, but it's not part of my regular viewing. Is there a reason why I should be? Are they in London or something? Trick goes to the outside. Big boot there by Matt. Do we know that Bray follows you on Instagram yet? Also, do we think Punk drops the title? When will he drop the title? Probably WrestleMania. Yeah, Bray followed me on Instagram. He followed me on X as well. And then his account got hacked by a load of hackers. And they were posting stuff on his account. And this was when he was still alive. And so I was responding to them about how disgraceful they were and everything, and they unfollowed me. So I did have him following me on X as well, but then that got removed by hackers. That's a true story. That sounds like I'm making it up, but it is a true story. But I gotta be honest, that stuff doesn't bother me. I'm not really bothered about being followed by wrestlers. I mean, it's obviously a nice gesture and a lovely thing, but I'm not. It's not so much a chase. Knees coming in there by Matt Cardona. He jumps over, goes against the ropes. Trick over the other side. Trick collides into Matt. Matt goes flying. Matt down. Cardona down. Cardona. Matt Cardona. Trick. 1, 2. Come on, Daze. Watch the football. Where they use their hands. Let's go. It honestly was never really shown. I mean, if it was hidden away from me. I certainly never saw it growing up. I don't have a team. The only games I've ever watched have been the odd Super Bowl final. We used to do, we did a couple of streams for those, but this time, the halftime guy is Bad Bunny. That is more than enough for me to go, I'm okay. Normally, I only tune in because I'm excited for the halftime show. They had Weeknd do it, and they had Kendrick do it. This guy should do it. Kit Wilson's here. Kit Wilson. Kit Wilson. Honestly, this song's probably better than pretty much everything on Taylor Swift's latest album. That's right, Swift is. I said it. Cry about it. What are you going to do? You'll do nothing. Yeah? Taylor Swift wishes she could write a song as good as Kit Wilson. Bang, into the ring steps. Goes, is that right? Is that right? It gets marked by Kit Wilson. There's one guy there that's starting to... He's doing a little bit of fandango him. Da-na-na. Kit Wilson. Oh, that's really interesting. That is really interesting. Why have we just cut to Damian? Why have they just cut to Damian? Am I misremembering the order of this? Maybe I am. Maybe I am. We're backstage with Damian. We are going back to the ring, aren't we? Surely we are. Yeah, we got to, didn't we? That's weird, isn't it? How we had Kit Wilson come out and, you know, spoiler, he is going to say a few words, but we've cut away from him to go to Damian. I don't remember it this way. I remember that he got in the ring and just spoke. So I was like, I thought they'd just edited it out. Kit Wilson. Daze, save your strong muscle flexing for the Saudi Rumble. Damian solo. Okay, commercial break. Commercial. Yeah, I don't think they've changed it. I think I've just misremembered. But, yeah, spoiler. Kit Wilson will say a couple of words. And it's weird, isn't it, how we just stepped away from the ring so we could go backstage. Right. I think it went to commercial and then he's going to talk. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we're at commercial. Bring Gilbert back, says King Yeti. Come on. How many times do we have to ask? Bring Gilbert back. WrestleRant said they just did Cardona dirty. Harmon said Daze Bray Wyatt should have beaten Randy Orton at WrestleMania 33 and then fought Broken Matt at Backlash. Yeah, I could vibe with that. I could vibe with he should have got the victory. Frank said Elton is watching his WWE future slip through his fingers. That's terrible what's happened there, isn't it? He had neck fusion surgery. That is terrible. No one realised. I'm sure he realised. I'm sure WWE realised, but no one I saw realised that he was going through something so severe. So, I mean, he's talking about, like, trying to make it back at all. So this is why Kit Wilson's going off on doing his own thing, because, I mean, there ain't no sign of Elton Prince coming back anytime soon, if ever. That's how serious this is. So, terrible. K-Dub, 86, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. Billy Rock said, I've got a feeling the Saudi Rumble and Mania are not going to be as good as they think it will. Clearly, WWE is just chasing the money, but the shows are going to take a hit. Yeah, I think there is a concern. Don't be a lemon, be toxic, says Larry. Well, I'm guessing when we go back, you should be getting the Kit Wilson few words. Kit Wilson. Kit does not appreciate your toxic masculinity, says James. Sending that message straight to Frank. Frank, that was aimed at you. Shots fired. Guys, it's kicking off in the chat. Right. We're at commercial. Frank has took it quite harshly by sharing a laughing face emoji. We should be back soon. Let me know when we're back. Get well, son. Is Adam Rose still wrestling? Once they fall out of WWE, they go out of wrestling in my mind. I'm just not very good at keeping up with who's around. Oh, there's too much to watch in WWE. Do you know what I mean? Gods. I've only got 4 eyes. You know there's a problem, and I'm the solution, says. You all need reassurance. You all need leadership. You all need me. Kit Wilson. Kit Wilson. From behind. Jacob. Jacob. The crowd chant along with him. It's very, I said it before, it's very Fandango-esque. Gotta tell you, man, there's booze for that. Booze. He gets laid out by Jacob. Far too. Bang. Yeah, crowds are not fans of Jacob. It's not like he's getting crazy reactions, is it, Jacob, in the ring right now? Give me the microphone. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Cody, you got something to say about me? You got something to say to me? Bring your punk ass out here right now. Here comes Cody. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. He's got changed. Perhaps he went backstage and thought, oh, I don't think they like that suit. They were booing the suit. I reckon it was the suit that they didn't like, so I'll better get changed out of it. So now here he is with a London Nightmare t-shirt, tracksuit bottoms. Jacob and Cody throwing down. We got security coming down. Security making their way down to the ring. Daze, some theme songs tend to get wrestlers over. This is one of those times. Kit Wilson, WWE Champion. Guys, can we stop trying to make everyone WWE Champion? I mean, not everyone can be WWE Champion. Okay, we've gone to black, and I've pressed pause. Adverts! Again! Blimey now! They're everywhere. I'm tripping over them everywhere. Right, I don't know if I did a poll. Did I do a poll? I'll do a poll. Trick versus Matt. What do you think? You lot have been really positive. Such a positive group of people. Is that going to continue now? Are you going to score this higher than they did earlier? Earlier, Randy Mears, good 92. You lot, good 98. Alexa Charlotte against Julia and Kiana. You lot said good 93. Earlier, they said good 89. What did you think about Trick against Matt? Let's see what you score it. Useless security said, let him out. I know. A joke. A joke. Daze, did you watch TNA when they had Broken Matt? No. I've never watched TNA, apart from a couple of shows. We need LA Knight and Cardona to start a tag team called Toxic Masculinity, said K-Dub. Personally, I think the matches have been great, said James. Serene says, fight, 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 fight. Harmon said, Daze, USA people chilling in the chat right now. They don't understand the pain and me and you are going through as it's 2:41. Wow, this isn't too painful for me, to be honest, but because this is when I normally stream. This is when the show's normally on, so this is when we're normally live. My pain comes earlier when I have to get up earlier. That's when I'm in pain. This is like normal time for us. Well, for me. If you want to watch the shows live each week, this is when you tend to be awake. So, yeah, it's one of those. I'm kind of on US time now. I'm on East. I operate on Eastern time. It's funny actually when I go to America. There's no adjustment needed. I feel like I'm just home. If I go Florida or New York or anywhere that's Eastern time, I feel like the world makes a lot more sense. I'm like, yes, oh my God, yes. Do you know what? It should be light at this time. Yes, this feels right. But like, I'm just completely right now out of sync with my fellow Britons. They're all asleep now. Are you right? It's about 2:45 in the morning. I've been ruined. WWE has ruined. WWE has ruined my life. but also giving me lots of great time. So really, appreciate it. Daze, you're one of us, says Sean. I know. I'm like a brother from an English mother. We're back, says Black Onyx. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. On the way. Every day. No way. Okay, we are seeing a lovely shot of London. I didn't know such a thing existed. You know what I mean? Bring your punk ass out here. Yeah. Bring your punk ass out here. Adrenaline in my soul. Cody Rhodes. Shots by Cody. Shots by Jacob. Security making their way down, separating these two. Where's it leading? Where is it leading? That's the big question. Oh, this is where it's leading. Cody, Jacob, Saturday nights, main events. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Oh, I'd watch that. I'd watch that. Do you think we're going to get any European pay-per-views in 2026? Yeah, there was rumours about an Italian one. I haven't heard anything since. Here's Solo. Daze, some theme songs tend to get people... I read that, Benny. I'm not sure I see Kit Wilson being WWE champ. Alan Partridge hates London, said... I love Alan Partridge. I really enjoyed his latest show, actually. He did a show on, mental health. It was really funny. Seems quite difficult to make mental health funny, but it was. Solo making his way down. He's taking on Damian. Solo Damian. Taking it out. I knew that was coming. I'm dead, said Wrestle Rants. Taking it out. Here's Solo making his way down. He's got his little lantern, and he's got his little lantern. Taking it out. Oh, Corey Graves says he feels dirty watching this. Feels dirty. Corey Graves does more work than Bo on this. He calls it a family heirloom, this lantern. It's a family heirloom. Bo just didn't seem that bothered. There he is in the ring, swinging it round. He's got the rest of the MFTs. You know, it's disappointing, isn't it? If someone says what's MFT stand for, in my mind, it's mother fudging Tongans, yeah? Mother flipping Tongans. Yeah? Mother friggin' Tongan, yeah? If this was Attitude Era, I'd say the words. I would. I really would. I would say the words. Mother Tongans. I think it actually stands for My Family Tongans. This is My Family Tongans. Oh my God. Come on, man. Come on. Give us a little bit of an edge. Give us a little summer. Please. Make it sound like the Cabbage Patch Dolls. Make it sound like Polly Pocket. My family Tongans. Hey kids. There's a new set of characters on the scene. This Christmas, why not ask your parents for My Family Tongans? Collect them all now from Mattel. My Family Tongans. Let me stupid. Jesus Christ. Could have been the Mother Frigid Tongans, couldn't it? Mother Freezing Tongans. My Family Tongans. Perhaps we're allowed to change the meaning. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps that's like the PG version, but perhaps we can make it somewhat better. Okay, Damian has made his way down. We've got the family Tongans on the outside, so we're about to get underway. Carl said, Daze, I hope you're good. I got a question. Oh, yeah. And my question is, how do you add a chat box to the stream? It's a big question. It's a big question. I'm having a hard time putting it in OBS. Please help. Well, it's quite straightforward. You need to add a media source. I think I'm right in saying that. Is it a media source? What's a media source? It's a browser. Lol. It's browser. So you have to add a browser source. And then on your YouTube, the 3 dots at the top, select that. Select pop out chat. And then you have to take the URL code and then put it into your browser source. Does that make sense? So get a browser source. Select the 3 dots at the top of your YouTube chat. Go down to pop out chat. Highlight the URL codes. Put it in your browser source. Yeah? It's a little bit complicated. Do you know why? Because this shiz isn't easy. Yeah? I just make it look easy. But there are real things that you have to do. But once you've done them, it's fine. Tamatonga. Oh, here's JC, look, with the lantern. I hope that made sense. Commercials. We're at commercials. We've got an hour and 10 minutes left. An hour and 10 minutes left. Let's have a look, see if you lot kept that positivity going, shall we? Let's have a look. You lot scored that last match. Good 99. Blimey, good 99. I can tell you earlier they scored it good 97. You are once again ahead of where they were earlier. Good 98, good 93, good 99. Wow. You lot are so positive. You are so positive. I go down a point because he didn't say it. I used to think I was straight, then lesbian, then bisexual, and now I'm pansexual. I don't know what that is. Do you like pans? What does that mean? Do you like kitchen utensils? Let him in. Shout out to you. I don't know what that is. Oh, does that mean you can just sleep with loads of people at the same time? That sounds great, if that's what that is. Did Tommy call me that? I'm sure Tommy might have called me that. Pan means all. Oh, wow. Put me down for deep pan then. Yeah? I'm deep pan. I'm all, and I'm getting in deep. Oh, yeah, baby. Deep pan, deep pan, deep... Rob said pansexual is somewhere between hand-tossed, and deep dish. Oh, my God. Let's go. Hand-tossed. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're talking pizzas, I think. Daze, not your knots. Not your knots. That's a riddle. Not you're not. Not you're not. Pansexual means I'm attracted to women, men, non-binary, and transgender. Yeah, but do you have them all at the same time? Is it like is that what it is? Just let's go all at the same time. Deep pan. No. Oh, okay. Boring. Frank, shout out to you. Of course Austin's around. Blimey now. There's the least surprising news of the day. Start talking about putting everything into one pot, and here's Austin. Ba, 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 ba. William said, I'm attracted to various animals within the animal kingdom. Oh. Okay. William, shout out to you. Austin said, I can go deep into your dish. Oh, here he is. That's actually really inappropriate. We've kept this very PG. And now Austin's here dragging us into the gutter. That is very disappointing. Kyle said, thanks for the help. I really enjoyed the streams. I'm thinking about doing live streams. But do you have any suggestions? Not really, but loads of people do them. It's a very, very competitive, crowded space. I think if it's something you want to do and you think you'll enjoy it, do it. But I got to be honest, I think it's a hard thing to get into now because I think it is genuinely crowded. I don't look to necessarily see who's out there, but I just see a lot of like reaction clips popping up on my timeline, and there's normally like faces and people that I've just never seen before, which says to me there's like a lot of people that do it now. So I think you've got to want to do it and know that it's going to be hard. I think you've got to know that it's going to be challenging to stand out with such a crowded market space. But good luck. I would say do it if you think you're going to love it. Right. Edge was awesome, says Anna. Okay, we are back. How was your day? Well, I've been streaming, but we did like 5 hours earlier. We've done nearly 3 hours now. That's nearly 8 hours of streaming. So you've seen my day. And to be honest, if you didn't join this stream, we did another stream in between, didn't we? Did a blooming breakdown stream that went half an hour. And then had to make a thumbnail for haven't eaten. Haven't had foods. So how's my day been? Rubbish. Rubbish. It's been very wrestling heavy. That's my day. Right now, we've got Damian colliding into Solo. These two exchanging blows. We've got just over an hour to go. Big jab coming in there by Damian. No beans on toast. Oh, there's always time for beans on toast, actually. I haven't. I literally have not had anything to eat today. So I need to... we need to get through this stream. Then I need to do the opinions video. Then I am going to have something to eat. And then after that, I will start working on Unseen. But I'm eating first. I don't think anyone will begrudge me that. Shot coming in there by Damian. Solo coming back. Damian against the ropes. Ducking underneath over the other side. Big shot. Daze, you got to hang out with us. Couldn't have been that bad. No, James, it's been awful. It's been awful. It's been horrific. I've had a horrible time. No, I haven't. It's been lovely. Austin said, I can feed you. Oh my God, stop being a perv. Here we go. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Right. Seriously, beans on toast like last week. We're back on that now. We're never really away from it, to be honest. It's always there in the background, beans on toast. Because it's such a great meal. And actually, Austin, if you would feed me beans on toast, that would work for me. Have you ever had Cajun gumbo? I've never had gumbo. I've heard of gumbo, but I've never had it. Referee has spotted Tala. Are you out of there? Are beans on toast just beans on toasted bread? Like buttered toasted breads? Yeah, buttered toasted, yeah. Toast the breads, butter it. Baked beans. I don't know what, there are other beans, but it's baked beans. Bit of cheese on top. You might get a bit of chicken. Put that on top as well. 1, 2. Kick out by Solo. Some people put like brown sauce on and all this. I don't do that. I wouldn't want to mix sauces. I find that weird. You can mix a couple of sauces together to create a different sauce. But I wouldn't want like a tomato-y sauce and then put a brown sauce on top. Sauce on sauce. The most adventurous I'd be willing to get is a hot dog where I'd have ketchup one side, mustard the other side. But even then I wouldn't mix them together. No. Weird. Strange. Doesn't work in my mind. Solo is up and boom! 1, 2, 3. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. The only thing I put on toast is butter, says Austin. Ketchup on a hot dog. Yeah. Do you not put ketchup on a hot dog? I put ketchup on a hot dog. I put ketchup and mustard, but I always tend to put them... Like, I'll put the mustard the one side, then I got the sausage, and then ketchup the other side, and I would eat it that way. I don't eat it that way. I'm not one of them people. Here's the Wyatts! Where's Rowan? That's a good question. Well, I don't know. He wasn't on the vignette earlier, and he's not on the thing now, so I don't know if he's got a little injury or a little bit under the weather. I don't eat hot dogs anymore, said Let Him In. Oh, really? Why? I like a hot dog every now and again. There is Howdy. I like a hot dog. I had hot dog last week, actually. There's the lantern, but it's still in the possession of Solo. Solo with that lantern. Turns around. Jacob grabs Solo. Boom! Drives him down. 1, 2. Chaos has ensued, said WrestleRants. Chaos has ensued. Do you think that we all hear where Mania 44 is this year? It's a good question. No. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say they're going to announce 44 at 43. You don't like mayo, Lone Star, or just not on hot dogs? James said, weird food choice I've got. Stuffed crust pizza with sausage, pepperoni on it. I like dipping that in mayo. It's really good. Normally, if I've got a stuffed crust, that's fine. The stuffed crust is... It's got extra in it. I mean, I remember the days where you had just a crust and there was nothing stuff in it. So if I've got a stuffed crust, that's enough for me. If I don't have any stuffed crust and it's just crust, then I might dip. But yeah, to each their own. Listen. Howdy thought he had the lantern back, but lol, he didn't. Talatonga lays him out. And Talatonga has got the lantern. L for mayo, said Bishop. I dip my french fries in my chocolate milkshake. There's no saving you. There is no saving you. There is no saving you. There is no way back from that. If you dip your french fries in your milkshake, there is no... I don't want to say there's no room in society for you. That seems too harsh, but that's where I am. There is no excuse for that. If I was out with a friend and they did that, I would leave. I would report. I would phone the police. We're backstage with Drew and Sami. I would phone a vet because I would be worried that my friend had rabies and they had lost their mind. That's how extreme that is. Sami says he's going to beat Ilja. And he's going to win that #1 contenders match, and he is going to face Drew McIntyre. Looks like Drew braids his hair like a 5-year-old girl. I've beaten you 11 times. You've beaten me 0. Stupid Drew and his facts. Stupid Drew facts. Okay, main event. Sami. Ilja. I haven't had Wendy's in a hot minute, says James. This is making me hungry. Well, we got on this subject because I said I haven't eaten yet, and everyone started talking about foods. How do you think I feel? Blooming hell. Literally wasting away. The salt of the fries and the sweet from the milkshake would be great together. Oh, no. No. That just... What are we doing? What are we doing? What have we become? Not only is it happening, but we're encouraging it. What have we become? Savages. I just don't understand. I don't understand what's happened to dignity. What's happened to etiquette. This is the British side of me coming out now. I feel like William Regal. You know William Regal? He would like be all snooty and look down his nose. Dipping fries in milkshake. I could never. I could never. Here we are just looking at a preview of Raw. Chicken wings in tartar sauce with soy sauce. I swear people are just saying words now. I don't even think these are real things. I just think people are saying words. They're like, watch me, I'm going to say these words. 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific. Right, we are well into... Oh, I've paused. We are well into the 3rd hour. Austin said, I would much rather have a fry dipped in milkshake than beans on toast. Yeah, I can believe that about you. Yes, I believe that. I think that's true. Do a poll, beans on toast or fries in milkshake? No, because you'll all vote fries in milkshake because... I don't know. This is the collection of people we've got for this stream. Do you know what I mean? I just have to deal with the hand that I'm dealt. And for some reason, we've got freaks in the house for this later stream. You know what I mean? Do you know, on the earlier stream, we were talking about fine arts. We were talking about fine cuisine, and we were talking about wine, and we were talking about sculptures, the Renaissance, culture. Yeah, that's what we were doing earlier. That's what the earlier stream looked like. What does this stream look like? Oh, look, I'm putting my fries in my drink. Look at what I'm doing. Yeah, that's this stream. That's this stream. You know, when you've got, like, the apes at the zoo throwing their feces against the wall as visitors come to look at the animals, and you've just got flipping one over there masturbating, another one over here chucking in feces against the wall, yeah? I feel like what's happened is I've walked out of a museum with the earlier stream, where I was going around looking at the fine art and everything. And now I'm here staring through the window, and this is what I'm seeing right now, right? That is the difference between the two streams. It is shocking, actually. It does make me think how much better my life would be if I just streamed, like, earlier in the... If we were to do this all the time, and there was that earlier stream, I think I'd be so much more cultured. So, yeah, it's wild. The difference is alarming. Jaylee said, I had a rough day. Coming on here makes me smile and laugh. Jaylee, at least someone's getting some joy out of this experience. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Restaurant said, I agree. Beans on toast sounds so beyond. I would never. But I guess that's how Daze feels about fries and shakes. I mean, beans on toast is like one of the most popular meals over here. It's beloved. It's our national dish. It's like so normal and acceptable and not even remotely close to being bizarre in any way. In fact, it's more bizarre if you don't have it. Unbelievable what's going on this stream. Don't know. We've all lost our senses, I think. It's okay. So this happens. We can get through this. We can overcome this as a community. Just let us never speak of this stream again. Okay, we've just got a WWE Unreal advert right now. All on Becky and Seth. Right. Daze, I'm worried about your mental health. Is everything okay? I'm doing all right. Blimey now. It ain't me you need to worry about. It's half of these MFers in the chat. And when I say MFers, I mean my family. Just like MFT. Right. Let's go. Did we do a poll for that solo Damian match, or did we not? I don't think we did. Here's Mello. We're about to find out who is going to answer the open challenge. Here we go, guys. Who's it going to be? Perhaps it's someone from England, so perhaps it's Beans on Toast Man. Who's it going to be? Oh my God! Ah! Right, the TNA X Division champion. I put chili in my cereal instead of milk. Simply Simon said, after the recent comments, I just don't feel safe in this community anymore. Well, neither do I. If you leave, I'm leaving as well. Laxo said, I'm starving. I'm starving as well, but oh my God. I'm starving as well. I'm committed to doing the opinions video after this one, though. And then I'll deal with food. So even when this stream ends, I'm still not getting food. Okay. Leon is here. The sky isn't even the limit for Leon Slater. This guy is from outer space with his ability. There he is looking at his X Division Championship. Watch this match. I don't think it's going to be a spoiler to say it's great. It delivers. It's enjoyable. You will likely enjoy it. Leon Slater. Corey Graves says he might be from Bradford, but this is England. They're proud of their competitors. Who isn't? Who isn't? Surely everyone's proud of their competitors. Can't imagine we go to Canada and we bring out a Canadian wrestler and they're all like... Not bothered. Leon driving Carmelo back. Carmelo back in the corner. Leon breaking away. It's a clean break. Leon grabs Carmelo. Leon over in the corner. Look at the height that he gets there. Nice, quick work. 1, 2. Nice reversal there by Leon. Leon is up. Kick coming in there by Carmelo. Another quick kick. Misses with that. Carmelo, bang, against the ropes. Do you know, you look at Leon and you look at Javon and you look at what they're able to do. And you're kind of like, wow, amazing. We've got someone else like that called Nathan Frazier. But you don't really think about him because he's been in Fraxium for so long. I wonder when we need to break them up or... People are sleeping on Nathan Frazier. Look at that chop. He delivered a chop there, Leon, and he was like... Boom, over the other side. Okay, they're talking about the history of Wembley Arena. It's got a very proud history, actually. They're saying, can Leon Slater shock the world? Can he add his name to some of those other greats that have appeared at Wembley Arena? I'm going to get rid of this poll because I don't want to get too confused. Solo Damian, you lot said was good 100s. I can tell you earlier today, people said good 96. Over the top. Boom! Leon Slater comes crashing down on Carmelo. Every match so far, you guys have been more positive about. Oh. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Leon and Mello. This is going to slap like James Brown. I don't know what the crowd are chanting, but... Oh, commercial break again. Commercial break. I've paused. Boom, picture-in-picture. Well, I've had to pause completely because I don't think I get picture-in-picture. I think they just remove it, to be honest. So you lot are at picture-in-picture, but you'll just have to let me know when we are back. CCFC, what's your favourite pot noodle? Never been a pot noodle person, but never explored the range. What we used to get was the occasional... Was it chicken and sweet corn? Chicken and mushroom? I think it was chicken and mushroom, actually. The green one. We used to get a couple of those in, but... No. When I grew up, if you wanted a snack, rather than a pot noodle, you would get those little pizzas. Don't know if... I'm guessing you had them as well. But the ones you put in a microwave and you put them on like a silver disc and you put the little pizza on that, put it in the microwave. Boop, boop, boop. Man, it would go. It was like a Chicago deep dish. Only small, only about that big. But if you wanted a snack, you would have 1 or 2 of those rather than reach for a pot noodle. But pot noodle, chicken and mushroom was the ones that we tended to have. I actually don't know the other flavours for pot noodle. I don't think I know the range. Might have a little look at the range right now, actually. I'm going to potnoodle.com, seeing what potnoodle.com's got. Do you get pot noodles in America? I don't know. Why pot noodle? Here's our story. Meet our heroes. Top of the pots, the UK's favourite noodles. Beef and tomato, chicken and mushroom, original curry, katsu curry. Is that it? Our range. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Pot noodles. Curry, beef and tomato, chicken and mushroom, sweet and sour, Chinese chow mein, Bombay bad boy. That's what they call me. That's what they call me. Honestly, all my mates at school used to call me the Bombay bad boy. How am I didn't know they did a pot noodle named after me from my nickname. They do pasta carbonara. Oh, these look okay. These are pot pastas. Not pot noodles, pot pastas. Oh my God, look at that. Wow. Oh, I could go for those, actually. I might be more into pot pasta than pot noodle. Pot pasta, yeah. Bombay. I can't believe the Bombay bad boy. Well, there we go. That was underwhelming, wasn't it? That was underwhelming. I don't really feel like I missed out, although I have learnt about pot pasta. So, anyone who eats spaghetti with jam? No one. I can answer that. No one. If you're asking, does anyone do this? No, because they would be arrested and probably institutionalized. So, no one does that. Daze, why don't WWE now know how to book faces? Anyone reigning supreme will just get boring and they'll get booed. Making them outnumbered, tired, hurt, losing. Makes the fans feel like they need to cheer them. I just don't think they're very good at booking babyface champions. I mean, a babyface is relevant as they're trying to chase a championship, but when they get there, that's when the work really begins. And WWE have continually shown that they just can't really book babyface champions. So it is a bit of a problem at the moment. Obviously, it did not work well for Cody. I don't think it's gone very well for Tiffany. I don't think it's gone very well for Stephanie. It'll be interesting. Didn't go well for Jay. It'll be interesting to see how CM Punk does. Because he ain't had it that long, has he? So we'll have to see how his reign goes. But yeah, I don't know. Why do they suck at so many things when it comes to creative? Do you eat chili? Sometimes, not often. I don't mind it. Daze, I can make a really good spicy Cajun pasta with chicken, Cajun seasoning, onions, bell peppers, pasta, Parmesan cheese. Oh, let him in. That sounds delightful. Why don't you suck on something, says Austin. I don't have anything to suck on. That's why. Look up N and Dub J class and screen share that. N and Dub. N and Dub. What am I looking at? J class. N and Dub J class. N and Dub J class. It's a train. Are we back to the commercials yet? What the hell's going on? Why do I feel like this is a never-ending commercial break? Trains! Looking at trains! Daze wants a sour pickle. They do those in bags, don't they? In garages and whatever. I saw, like, what was that called? Lad Bible, is it? Where they make them try American snacks and UK snacks. And there's, like, big pickles in a bag, isn't there? We've been back. Oh, all right. Yeah, no, well, don't bother telling me. Blimey now. Well, I don't know where you are now. Do I? Don't know. We've been back from... Oh, brilliant. Great. Well, enjoy the match. I don't know where the flip we are. Did you think... Like, oh, we won't tell him that we're back. He seems to be having fun with trains. I was only trying to get through the commercial break. Oh, jeez. Well, I mean, in fact, I've already seen the show, actually. Daze, you act like you've not watched it. Also, I know. I know, but I wanted to enjoy it along with you guys. Now I don't know what I'm saying, where we are, what's happening. Oh, God. Well, we've got, if you are just joining us, it's not solo Damian. That's what I like to call a lie. It's actually Leon. against Carmelo. Bang, Carmelo with Leon picking him up. English muffin pizza, said a kid. Never heard of such a thing. Never heard of such a thing, but I like English muffins and I like pizza. That sounds okay to me. These two are cooking. These two are doing great work. As I said, I have seen this match earlier. It's a really great match. I don't know what the fans are chanting. Oh, don't want it. Oh, it goes down. Leon grabbing that leg of Carmelo, turning him over. No joy. Oh, 1, 2. Kick out. Slater. Whoa, big boot. High risk in the corner. This match is close to ending. Oh. Well, I'll catch back up when we get to another commercial break. I mean, there'll be another one along in like a few minutes. Just like trains. Commercial breaks. Okay, right now, Leon Slater is climbing up. Yeah, you see, I'm kind of reacting to what's happening now, but I think you lot are at a different point. Match is over now. Melo wins. Okay. How far behind was I? Oh, a long way behind. Blimey now. And we were talking about trains. Oh, Jesus Christ. We were like, I was Jesus Christ. I was ages away from you lot. Mate, I was watching a different show. That's how far away from you lot I was. Blimey now. Well, there we go. Thank God. I think this might be our last SmackDown. I think next week's SmackDown is kind of back to normal, so we don't need to play this game again. Actually, time-wise, there's only 35 minutes left. But there we go. Leon Slater just fell short. Sucks to be him. I love fish sticks with mayo. Sounds nice. Leon Slater rolling out the ring. Okay, we're backstage with Shinsuke. I don't think I quite caught all of this last time. Here's Tama. You had your chance and you blew it. Once we get those tag titles, that US Championship is mine. Stay out of my way. Nakamura. I don't know what he's saying because he's saying it in non-English. Even Tama doesn't know. Even Tama's like... Okay, here is Candice and Johnny. Here's Axiom. I do like that line. We're going to go do married stuff. There's Nathan. Surprise! Me and you are going to go one-on-one next week. How many masks has Axiom got? But there we go. So Nathan, Johnny next week. I mean, it'll be a good match, honestly. Okay, here comes Chelsea Green. She's a hot mess, says Austin. She's a hot mess. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right, she's making her way down to the ring. The hot mess that is Chelsea Green. So we've got Chelsea against Jordan. And we've still got our main event to come. Sami against Ilja. She's very entertaining, isn't she? Very, very good, Chelsea. Very good. Commercial. Right, pause. Yes. Let's go, baby. I can't believe I've watched like 30 wrestling videos today, says Wrestling Void. Wrestling Void, shout out to you. Daze, I'm thinking you should start doing a live stream where you just talk about different railroads. Let's go. It's about time. With my extensive knowledge of the railways. I mean, honestly, I know next to nothing. Still about 30 seconds behind, says Tyler. Green versus Mini Meatball. Matt Cardona's wife. Matt Cardona's wife. Daze, why do you act freaky late at night, says Harm. It's not me, buds. It's not me, it's the community that dragged me into that. Honestly. It's not, you honestly, you are fingering the wrong person. Pointing the finger at the wrong person. I wanna do married stuff with Daze, says Austin. See what I mean? That's not. Do you know what I mean? Blumming hell. Look up more trains. Look. See, this is the kind of stuff I have to deal with. I wasn't getting this earlier, was I? I'm like a gremlin. I reflect how I'm treated. If you're going to give me water and feed me after midnight, I'm going to turn into something nasty. Yeah? If you're going to look after me, I'm going to be nice and cuddly. This is what I was saying. Earlier on, we had a lovely time. We spoke about culture, paintings. Amazing. Right? And I think that reflected in the stream. But on this one, I've been dragged into the gutter. I've been mistreated. I've been abused. And so I'm just a mirror. I'm just a mirror of the chat. And so I've reflected some of the awful things that have been said. Thomas is my favourite, James said there is. Thank you for the shout out. I found out that if you connect a VPN to Canada, you do still get the commercials in the segments. Oh, really? That's interesting. That's interesting. Perhaps that could help me out in the future. Harmon said, Daze, maybe if you eat, you'll feel better. Do you know, that's probably playing a part as well. Probably playing a part. We're back. Thank you, my friends. Black Onyx, thank you. Edward, thank you. Jeremy, thank you. You lot are doing God's work. Okay, we've got half an hour to go. Half an hour to go. And we've still got a banging main event to come. And this match, which might bang, I don't know. Oh, here we go. Video package for the next big thing. Oba Femi. Oba. How's your day been, said Only Killer. Very wrestling heavy. And that's going to continue with an opinions video. Yeah, this is our second time watching Smackdown. That's fine. It's been all right. Hopefully we've had a bit of fun. Do you know what I mean? Right, here we go. Chelsea, Alba, great package. Jay Lee, thank you. Thank you, Jay Lee. That's really kind. Harmon said, Daze, why do we always say, bum, 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 every time you look at the chat? I say, bum, bum. Do I? I can't say I don't. I can't say I've noticed, but something fun to keep an eye out for. If ever I look at the chat and I go, bum bum. Okay, Chelsea's in the ring. We're just waiting for Jordan to come down. You started this community. It's your fault we're like this, says Let Him In. I probably do have to take some of the responsibility. There probably was some better curation needed. You're right. You're right. Ultimately, it is my bad. We're gonna raise the community out of the gutter this year. This is gonna be the year, yeah? All those other communities are gonna look at us and they're not gonna feel sorry for us anymore. They're gonna be jealous. Because we're gonna raise the standard of this community. We're gonna start getting professors, scientists, yeah, scholars, painters, yeah. Some of the greatest minds in the world are going to start joining us. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet, but that's my New Year's resolution. We're going to be in a great place come November. Right, here we go then. Jordan is down to the ring, and we are underway. Blooming hell. Showing off strength straight out of the gates. I don't think it's a spoiler to reveal because there's not long left that this match doesn't take too long. So I'm going to just get rid of this poll. Okay, Carmelo against Leon. You lot said was great. 85. Wow. That's a shock. You lot are below the score from earlier. They said great 86. You said great 85. The positivity has ended. The positivity is over. You lot have turned. I think we knew it would happen at some point. You've all become negative Nellies. You are now behind what the earlier stream said by 1%. I tell you what, though, joking aside, I mean, doesn't it show how amazing that match was? Earlier, they said great 86. This time, you've just said great 85. So, only 1% in it. Carmelo against Leon was a banger. 1, 2, no joy. Kick out already there by Chelsea. Daze, you want us to be a community of scholars? Yep. Rather than talking about flipping dipping fries in milkshakes, we should be talking about how we're going to fix the world. We could sort out some big stuff. World peace. Climate change. Whatever's going on with Greenland. You know, all these things. We could fix it. But instead we're like, oh, let's put our fries in milkshake. Can you say we're here and we need to be here? It's going to take a bit of time. Clothesline there by Jordan. Jordan pointing over, charging in. Big boot there. Oh, look at this stretch muffler. Look at her muffler. Stretch muffler suplex by Jordan. Lovely. 1, 2, and look at that. Look at that ass right in the face of Chelsea. Jordan's ass was right there. That was going on. That's what I saw. No, they're showing a replay in case you missed it. Bang! Look at that. Look. That was the best part of the match. It was too short to grade, to be honest. Jordan just Rikishi'd Chelsea. Okay, Jade is at ringside. I'm glad you came out here to watch me tonight. It's important that you know what's coming for you. Jade's like, if you're tired of babysitting that title, you should step into the ring right here, right now. Jade is on the outside of the ring. Chelsea collides into Jade's. By mistake, look, you can see Chelsea's gutted by that. Jade with a smile on her face. Right, Jordan is going to take another loss for the world title. So Chelsea collided into Jade. Jade drops the belt. Jordan holds it up. We're backstage with Trick Willie. Tricky Willie. I'm putting all of SmackDown on notice. Good reaction for Trick. I feel like money because Trick Williams is money. Hold on a second. Whoop that Trick. Whoop that Trick. Here's Damian. I know you're free Friday. Oh. So, Trick against Damian is going down next week. Okay, main event time. Here comes the Mad Dragon, Ilja Dragunov. He's going to be taking on Sami Zayn to wrap up this show. Don't forget, afterwards, we will be doing an opinions video. I won't be leaving it too long, though. So if you want to get your thoughts in, get your thoughts in. Ilja Dragunov. I might even put the feedback thing up now, actually, because a lot of people have already seen the show. And there's only about 18 minutes left or so. Feedback required. What did you think about... let's pause. This January. Let's get past this Saudi Arabian thing. In Riyadh. Feedback. What did you think about Smackdown? Smacky Smackdown. That request is up now. You've seen most of the show apart from this final match. But many of you have seen it already. Bang. Bum, bum, bum. I'm not going to do it straight away, by the way. So if you really like, oh, I've still not seen the rest of the show, I don't want to do any feedback yet, you can wait. You'll have like a good 10 minutes after the show ends. But, oh, pause. Bang. Right, we are at commercial. Lovely. Right, Daze, I can't stress how 3-hour SmackDown needs a strong even to hold the audience. Dragunov and Sami doesn't scream something that's going to keep people past 10. Well, like a strong main event, you mean? Well, I'm sure WWE have put this show together to the very best of their abilities. So it's it is what it is. Ilja, I hope he's going to beat Sami, who's been wrestling for over 20 years, acting like he's never won any titles, said Serene. How are we going to build anyone up if we just call them up and then feed them to the champ or continuously beat them, said Wrestle Rants. Who's that in relation to? Is that in relation to Jordan, maybe? Jordan, maybe? I'm not sure. Daze, if this was a 2-hour show, there would be more leeway. That's true, but they're not going to turn down a third hour, are they? Because they get paid more for the third hour. So they're obviously going to be like, yeah, say yes and then worry about it after. Billy said this is going to be a great match. Jordan is filler till we get Jade Bianca. Don't question the brilliance of Triple H. Guys, if you ever wondered if Triple H had a burner account, he does. There we go. Triple H. Shout out to you, buds. I'm not mentioning 2025. A lot of people were down on it. I'm not even mentioning it, right? I'm not saying anything. Yeah. Well done for 2024, right? That's all I'm saying. Welcome, Triple H, to the chat, says Jeremy. Right, where are we with... Are we back yet? I don't think Bianca should get a title shot. She needs to earn it like everyone else, says Sean. Daze, you should give us, your chat, your community, a name. Thoughts. Chat. Community. I'm not no. I'm not a mark for myself. Like, chat, community, you wrestling fans, people, perverts, I don't know, what do you want to be called? Freaks. Angels. The angels. That fits, doesn't it? I'm a big mark for you, said Austin. I want you like you want beans on toast. Oh my God, that's such a great comment. I want you like you want beans on toast. Right, Edward Zebber back, thank you. So, we're just looking at what's going down next week. Trick Williams, Damian Priest, the Wyatts take on the MFTs. Ilja Dragunov is in the ring. We're just waiting for Sami Zayn. Wacko Magician said, you could call us your little daisies. Just feels weird, doesn't it? It feels perverted or something. I don't know. Just doesn't feel natural. The daisy chain, says Robin. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Here's Sami. Daze, is Damian Priest or a brick wall? Which one's more interesting to watch? Oh, harsh, Brony. Harsh. What's on the brick wall? If it's got a Banksy on it. Sami coming down. There's beans on toast. Oh, well. I think you know which one I'm choosing. Okay, Sami is making his way down to the ring. I've only got like 12 minutes left to go. Is there only 12 minutes left of this show? What the flip? You did that noise again. Booda booda booba booba. Well, you've changed the noise? You didn't say I said booda booba boopa boopa. I don't think I did say booda booba boopa boopa. I'm pretty sure I'd remember it. I don't think I've ever said booda boopa boopa boopa. You're going to make me paranoid? Okay, here we go. Are you sure it's not just like a notification sound on your phone or your computer? And you think it's me? On your computer, is it going like that? Daze, we tried to think of names a couple of months ago that led to mollywhoppers. Do you remember? I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes, but I don't think I was here for the conversation. Right, we are underway with Ilja and Sami. Endrit, hello, shout out to you. Harmon says, no, you say Buddha Pap Pap. No, come on, you've changed it again. You can't keep changing it. I can't be saying Buddha Pap Pap and Buddha Boop Boop and all this kind of stuff. I mean, now, Harmon. I'd definitely remember if I said Buddha Pap Pap. Big boot there by Ilja. Big knee. Sami goes down. Make me sound like a flipping android. Apparently, all I do, according to Harmon, is sit here going Buddha Boop Bop, Buddha Bap Bap, Buddha Biddy Biddy Bop. I'm a scat man. I'm flipping sitting here doing scat. I'm a scat man. Skibbity biddy boo, scat man job. I'm Scatman Job, skibbity biddy scoo Scatman Job. Oh my god, perhaps I'm the world's first wrestling scat watch along. Oh. I hope so. All of a sudden, I want these things to be true. Right now, we got Ilja going to the outsides, climbing up, Sami down. Here we go. Looking to jump over, roll through there by Ilja. Kick coming in by Sami. Sami picking up Ilja. Bah! Driving him down. Kick out. Goes for another cover. Kick out again. He goes for a third cover. Silly Billy. Okay, let's look at the chat. Skibbity bitty bitty bop 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 bop. Daze, I am a big fan of watching you scat. If you know, you know. Big Time said, Daze, C-Dub bought the rights to start airing The Big Bang Theory. That's going to air before NXT in many markets. Oof. As a result, NXT at the start of the opening is doing 700,000, but the main falls to 530. Oh, is that why their ratings have been so good recently? Because of the lead-in? That's good. Listen, take the successes wherever you can get them. Great. Didn't that used to benefit AEW? They had Big Bang Theory before them, didn't they? So we're only doing what AEW have done in the past. Lovely couple of Germans. Not in the front row, but by Sami. Sami is on his feet. Ilja reverse there by Sami. Ilja going around the back. These two reverse in position. Ugh. German by Ilja. Daze, Austin and I are going to do wrestle feuds, but it's going to be about who likes you more. That's going to be a tough one for you, Wrestling Void, because I I don't have a restraining order out against you, but I do have one against Austin 316. He takes it a bit too far. He sent me bits of hair in the post, and it wasn't from his head. Sami, boom! Big superplex! The entire ring shook, says Joe, and I'm just going to have to take his word for that. Right, I think we're at commercial break because all of a sudden the match just glitched. But I don't really... There doesn't really... Oh, yeah. I don't know how he does that. But when we come back from commercial break, look at Ilja, because his face is all bloody. It's nasty. Harmon said, Daze, you do say booda boop 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 boop. I swear. I know, but you keep changing what's being said. Don't you? It's booda bap 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 bap. Then it's booda boop 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 boop. Booda bop 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 bop. I mean, I do say it because you make me say it when I have to read out your comments. I think that's why I say it. But before you wrote it and I read it, I don't think I said it. Booda boop 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 boop. Harmon, I don't know. You're just operating at a different wavelength. You are picking up on things that no one else is picking up on things no one has ever picked up on. I borderline don't even think you're watching this stream, to be honest. I think you're watching something else and then commenting about that in this stream. So, we're all keeping an eye on the situation, though. So, thank you for bringing it to our attention. What school did Daze attend? I attended primary school and secondary school. Daze, you say bumper bump up. 2 says let him in. We're at picture in picture, right? Well, I don't have that. I don't deserve it. Daze, unfortunately for AEW, Big Bang Theory on TBS has declined. It's not as strong now. NXT being on free TV, it gets more access. So there's some local news before NXT 2. Brony said, Drew, Jacob, Cody stuff tonight has been fun. Everything else has been a bit... Mello, Leon was good as well, though, says Brony. Brony, shout out to you. K-Dub said, Daze attended the School of Hard Knocks. Yes. William said, Hard Knockers. Right. Are we back yet? Blimey now. There can't be long left. Daze says booties. I love booties. Oh my god, please. WWE, save us from this conversation. We're still in picture. Oh god. Please. Save us! Well, there's not long left, so I think you've kind of got the gist of this show. I mean, it's been okay. I think it was okay. I don't think it was anything amazing. But it's been okay. We're back! Oh, Jesus Christ, I almost missed it. Okay, here we go. Final part of the show. We're back. Thank you, friends. What is blooming hell? Well, I don't want to say the swear word. The one that rhymes with ruddy. I'm not coming out with that kind of language, to be honest, though. I PG it up, don't I? Yeah, look at the blood on Ilja. He's got a crimson mask. Sami. Look at that. Bang. This chat never disappoints, says K-Dub. It disappoints me. Right now, we've got Sami with Ilja. Right now, elbow coming into the back of the head. And again, Sami going down. Ilja trying to go over against rope. Sami picking him up. No joy. Charging in, duck underneath, over the other side. Ilja, oh, big clothesline. Sami goes down, and the crowd show their appreciation. Ilja is up, he's perched. Bang! Missile drop kick, Sami down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Sami should go back to NXT. He looked more like a world champion then than he does now, said Austin. Daze, watching TNA last night, it hit me. They've signed so many of WWE's unwanted toys. I feel for the wrestlers, because WWE is the goal, and then WWE wash their hands, says Big Time. Right now, here's Ilja going for the H-bomb. No joy. Up kick. Sami over against the ropes. Bishop said, I'm surprised no one's talking about the UK flag on the Raw logo, advertising Belfast, Ireland. Well, Belfast is Northern Ireland, so it is part of Britain, but there might be a little controversy there, I don't know. It's very sensitive. I think, to be honest, a lot of people, myself included, like, I don't want no part of that. I don't want no part of that. What flag? Sami to the outsides. Serene said, this chat is wild. Harmon said, you know you make those noises. You're just lying. I think you've got me confused with flipping a fax machine with a dial-up internet connection. Bang! Sami down. Ilja down. Brony said, how about Eva Marie versus Maxine as like the WrestleMania main event? That might kill me off. That might be the end of me being a fan of wrestling. Sami down. Ilja getting back in the ring. I don't know if I'm quite in sync with you guys. Oh. Are you doing AAA or just the Classic Rumble? I think we'll do just the Classic Rumble. Don't think that AAA show is that big. I'll keep an eye on it, but... Oh. Beep boop, says King Yeti. Here's Sami. The Exploder. Beginning of the ends. Beginning of the ends. Sami. Boom. Connects. Eva Marie should come back, says no one. I mean, Austin. Big Time said, Daze, I feel like I'm ready to get Raw and SmackDown back to the US. The international shows always feel like WWE is on autopilot. Sami with the haluva gets the win. Everyone celebrates. Everyone in the chat right now. Sami, Sami, Sami. Let's go, Sami. Let's go, Sami. You deserve it. You deserve it. Trick Williams. Oh, God. Why are all my favourites turning on each other? What's this about? Sami against Ilja. Trick Williams gets in the ring. Oh, God. Why can't we all get along? Trick Williams. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Damian Priest, Sami Zayn, Randy Orton, Trick Williams. Those are the 4 that have qualified. That is going to be next weekend. That is going to be Saturday night's main event. So there we go. That was Smackdown. I've already done the breakdown for it. I mean, I'll give you the gist, which is I don't think there was anything major on this show. I do think we made some forward progress, though. I mean, we found out the qualifiers for the Fatal 4-Way. So, I mean, we did 4 qualifying matches. We heard a little bit from Drew. I think most interestingly, him denying that he had attacked Jacob. I think that's a really interesting moment. We heard off Cody. And I think what's quite interesting about that is Cody reacts to the crowd booing him. And you can see it hurt. You can see it hurt. You can see there's a bit where it's like, ugh. And, you know, I think he's getting like PTSD or whatever, because when he was in AEW, this happened to him, where the crowd turned on him. And, you know, he got away from that. And now here he is in WWE and is starting to see the same thing happening again. And, you know, it's one of those where I thought that was interesting. I think WWE have been in this situation many, many times. And, you know, there's maybe a conversation to be had there. At the moment, it won't be Panic Stations because this was Drew country. But it's going to be very interesting to see when we're back in America if it starts to spread. I mean, make no mistake about it. He's got his fans. He's got his supporters. But, yeah, this was Drew country. And that's okay. But if it starts spreading and showing in the arenas, then we've really got a problem. So, yeah, I don't know. Put him in a match with Jacob. Oh, it's a tough one, isn't it? Jacob's cool. People love Jacob. And so I feel like that might divide opinion. Suppose it depends how you book Jacob. Yeah, it's just a bit tough at the moment. But yeah, so I would say there was talking points here. I felt like it was a decent-ish show compared to last year when we were on the international tour. Like, I don't think this isn't anything special. I think I scored it like 6.5, but it was not a disaster. It was watchable. I felt engaged with it. Where I didn't feel like I was bored, or I didn't feel like it was a chore getting through the 3 hours. Maybe some of you did. I didn't really feel that. So, don't know. I'm interested to see what the community has got to say. You can get your feedback up now over on X. I am going to do that feedback in about 5 minutes time or so. We've had, how many responses we had? About 11. About 11 at the moment. I'm thinking about 7, said Black Onyx. Sami is never getting a title belt because they keep him with the... Because they keep them with the combs and the soap. Oh. Scylla, I5J, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, buds. Let's end the poll for the main event match. You lot scored that main event. Let him in. Shout out to you, buds. You scored that main event. Oh, you said it was great. 70. You really enjoyed it. I can tell you, you're back to being positive. Earlier, they scored it great 64. So they said great 64. Earlier, you lot said great 70. So 2 matches getting great ratings. You lot were in agreement. All the good matches earlier, you lot scored as good. All the great matches, or both the great matches, you also said was great. WrestleMan said there's no way they're going to have him lose against Cody. He needs to win more unless they do a best of 3 or something. William, shout out to you, buds. Let him in said, I think it's a 6. Edward thinks it's an 8. Brony said, I might go 6.5. It wasn't terrible, but it was nothing special. The show's been pretty good. I'm thinking 7, said Austin. Smackdown is a 9 for me tonight, said James. Austin said, what did you rate it? I said 6.25. I think that it was fine, watchable. A 625 is not bad. You know, if it was bad, it would be a 5-4, something like that. But I can't make an argument this is in the 7s for me personally. It's one of those where it's like, what do you put on the thumbnail? What's the big talking point coming out of this show? I don't know. And because it takes a little bit of thought, I think that probably reflects in the score. But, you know, we made progress. You know, we did a little more with Jordan and Jades. We obviously sorted out the Fatal 4-Way. A little bit more progress with MFTs and the Wyatts. Set up a tag match. Maybe a little tease for Charlotte and Alexa splitting. We definitely did some stuff. But it was just steps rather than great strides. So, yeah. The thumbnail should be a train, said K-Dub. James, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. Letterman said I'm about 6. Austin said, oh, okay, 6.625 is my rating now as well. Right. Guys, we did, I think it was about 5 hours earlier. We've done about 4 hours this time. So I think that's probably enough. I'm going to go and start working on the opinions video. So I'm going to get that done. You've still got a few moments to get your thoughts in if you want to put something into that. I'll try and get an unseen done later. I definitely want to get some food first. I'll try and get an unseen done later. There will be an unseen tomorrow. Our next stream looks to be on Sunday when we're going to do Royal Rumble 1991. And then, of course, we're back on Monday, which is going to be another early stream. I think we're still on the European tour, Belfast. And then I think that's it. After that, I think we're kind of back to normal. But then, of course, we've got Rumble, which is going to be in Saudi Arabia. So that'll be a different time as well. So, yeah, a little bit messy at the moment. But this is why it's good to get it out of the way in January. And then hopefully the road to WrestleMania is just nice and simple. Awesome. Right. Thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always. And hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.